各位贵宾早安，欢迎参加2021智慧机械高峰论坛。为配合政府防疫政策，请
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Summit 2021. In line with the government's pandemic control policies, please fill in the health declaration form. You could scan the QR code on the screen, and please be reminded to wear your surgical mask. Chinese and English interpreting is available. Please go to the registration desk for the headset. Our program will officially begin at 9:45. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the microphone testing. Is it okay? The sound okay? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. In line with the government pandemic control, please fill in the health declaration form. You could scan the QR code on the screen for the document, and also please be reminded to Ladies and gentlemen, this is microphone testing for the English channel. Welcome to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. In line with the government pandemic control, please fill in the health declaration form. You could scan the QR code on the screen to see the document. And also, please be reminded to wear your surgical mask throughout the event. Chinese and English interpreting is available. If you need an interpreting headset, please go to the registration desk.
感谢各位贵宾的耐心等待。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit will begin in 5 minutes. Please turn your mobile phone into vibration mode and take a seat as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation.
就是我们活动即将开始嘛，还有一位去厕所发回来。
感谢各位贵宾的耐心等候。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit will officially begin in 3 minutes.
活动即将要开始了。
Our event is beginning. To ensure a smooth event, please switch your mobile phone into vibration mode. Thank you. Dear guests on site and online, good morning. Welcome to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. In this post-pandemic era, all industries have been impacted in terms of their structure and work mode, including the machine tool industry and manufacturing industry, which is the topic of our summit today. To keep up with the times, developing automated production, smart IoT, as well as hardware and software that meet the market demand is what we have to do. The 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit centers on the new normal, rethinking supply chain strategy in a smart way, where experts from major players from the industry and academia at home and abroad are invited to discuss smart manufacturing, automated production, and many other important issues. So I'm going to introduce you to our distinguished guests today. They're going to wave when their name is called. So first, Ms. Cynthia Zhang, Director General of the Bureau of Foreign Trade. Thank you, Director General Zhang. Mr. Leonard Lin, President and CEO of Titra. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The next guest is Mr. Andy Liang, Publisher of Business Today. Mr. James Young, President of Innolux Corporation. Tino Hildebrand, Manager from Siemens Digital Industrial Industry. And then Mr. Patrick Chen, General Manager of YCM. Mr. Jason Zheng, Managing Director of Trump Taiwan. Thank you. Many powerful businesses in Taiwan bring a variety of powerful products to us, and we also have a lot of support from the governments. So next, I would like to welcome Ms. Cynthia Zhang, Director General of the Bureau of Foreign Trade, BOFT. Welcome. Mr. Leonard Lin, Mr. Liang from Business Today, dear speakers, Mr. Yang, Mr. Chen, Jason Chan from Taiwan Trump, and General Manager from the Siemens, dear guests on site and online. I'm really honored to welcome all of you on behalf of the Bureau of Foreign Trade to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. I'm sure that you know the machinery industry plays a very important part in Taiwan's economy. Internationally, the industry is very competitive, and it's a very important export-oriented sector of ours. Actually, last year, we exported more than 20 billion US dollars of related products, including metal parts, automobile parts, as well as products for semiconductor and national defense industry. It is a very important part of our economy. It supports the growth of economy, and this is also a very important part of our policy. Since 2016, the government has been supporting the machinery industry as well as the machine tool industry by integrating IoT and telecommunication technologies to produce smart production line and smart machines, smart factories to build relevant solutions. And also we have made in domestic market an experimental field to help our businesses to tap into international markets, so that based on our very good foundation, high performance, and good cost, we could start to produce tailor-made products that meet customer needs, and we can also reduce cost and create value for international customers. After 5 years of effort, we have seen significant results. Our businesses have introduced a lot of new products with integrating AI detectors, IoT sensors, and advanced technology. They have provided system integration services to their customers. And we would like to further promote our high-quality products. So our bureau, my bureau, has been helping and supporting businesses to participate in international expos as well as domestic expos. We have organized a lot of seminars and information sessions. And in this post-pandemic era, a lot of events are made online. The purpose is to showcase our businesses' strength in smart manufacturing solutions and smart machines. I think this summit is especially meaningful because we have gathered most advanced smart machine businesses as well as experts from the industry and the academia to discuss smart manufacturing and smart machines. I think the pandemic has had a huge impact on many sectors globally, but in this new era, all governments would like to increase the resilience of their industries and to accelerate digital transformation. And I think smart manufacturing solutions are one of the best solutions to deal with this new era. And I hope that through this summit, you could exchange your views and also the newest development and technologies in smart machines and manufacturing in Taiwan. We also hope Taiwan's machine tool and other businesses can know their customers' needs very well and to tap into new markets so that when it comes to the ecosystem of smart machines and manufacturing, Taiwan can play an even more important role. And last, I would like to thank you again for coming to today's event. And I wish all of you, whether you're on site or online, to have a wonderful summit and you can take a lot home. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zhang. We would now like to invite Mr. Leonard Lin, President and CEO of TITRA.
Director General Zhang from the Bureau of Foreign Trade, Mr. Liang from Business Today, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends who join us on site and online, good morning. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. I would also want to thank the Bureau of Foreign Trade under the Ministry of Economic Affairs for arranging a series of events. And these events are executed by TITRA. Today's event is co-organized and co-implemented by TITRA and Business Today. The reason why we hold today's summit is, I believe, as you all know, is mentioned by the Director General already. All industries have been impacted by the pandemic. And at the same time, we also see the advancement of technology. Technology has helped us improve our industries. It has helped us to do better in our digital transformation. And we also see the global supply chain being shifted. It used to be linear, but now we have seen supply chains being broken down into smaller pieces of supply chains. This has contributed to the demand for smart machinery. At the same time, we have seen the fast development of 5G deployment. And with that, new business opportunities appear. We have also seen the development in the measurement equipment and as well as other equipment. So with all these changes that we have seen, we hold today's summit. In particular, we're going to focus on the machinery industry, and we're going to rethink this global supply chain. And there are several focuses. The first is smart manufacturing. The second is controllers. And the third one is how to tap into the global market and how to make the best use of global supply chains. So there are three main themes, three main topics in today's summit. We invite many experts from the industry and the academia to share with us today, which includes YCM and Trump Taiwan, Siemens Taiwan, FANUC, Mitsubishi Electric, etc. At the same time, we have Innolux, Microsoft, Business Today, as well as other speakers. There are in total 12 speakers at home and abroad who will share with us in today's summit. And I would like to take a moment to share with you another thing. This year, because of the pandemic, the physical exhibition of TIMTOS has been delayed, but the online exhibition is still held. This year we have TIMTOS online, and this year we do something different. In the past, we focused more on hardware, but now, in response to the pandemic, we focus more on the software, and we hold this exhibition online. So I would like to invite our buyers here to join us at TIMTOS online. I believe you're going to benefit a lot from the TIMTOS online. And I hope that you can find your business partners in the expo, and together you are going to create more business opportunities. Lastly, I would like to wish today's summit a great success, and I would like to wish all of you great health and prosperity. Thank you. Thank you, President. Please remain on stage. Now we're going to have a group photo. Our staffer will guide you. Now we're going to invite our guests to join us on stage for a group photo to mark this significant milestone. First of all, please welcome Ms. Cynthia Zhang, Director General of the Bureau of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Next, please welcome Mr. Andy Liang, Publisher of Business Today. Mr. James Yang, President of Innolux Corporation. Mr. Tino Hildebrand, General Manager of Siemens Digital Industries, Taiwan. Mr. Patrick Chen, General Manager of Yongjing Machinery Industries. Mr. Jason Zheng, Managing Director of TRUMPF, Taiwan. Please look at the camera with your thumbs up. Let's wish the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit a great success. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Mr. James Yang, please remain on stage. We're going to kick off today's forum. The theme of our first forum today is Expected Market Trend on Transformation in Industrial Automation. The first speaker is Mr. Yang, President of Innolux Corporation, who is experienced in the display industry and has led his team to supply clients worldwide with a full range of display panels, making Innolux the leading LCD manufacturer in the world. Today, Mr. Yang is going to share with us Innolux automated lights-out factories. Please welcome Mr. Yang. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, on site and online, good morning. Today, I'm very honored to share with you today at the summit. I would like to share with you this long journey that Innolux has been on in the past 14 years. In particular, I'm going to talk about our digital transformation journey and how we can do better in the future. About 3 years ago, I became the general manager, the president of Innolux Corporation. And I started to think about how we can reinvent ourselves. And it was at the time I came across Mr. Andy Liang, the publisher of Business Today. And after our discussion, I decided to do something new. 18 months have passed, and now today I would like to share with you some of the results from this. Today I would like to share with you our automated lights-out factories, and I'm going to focus on two things. First, how we can increase the value of smart manufacturing, and secondly, how we can respond to the challenges of labor challenges. And I would like to say that people is the key here. People is what's most important here. We were all born and raised here in Taiwan. And I would like to thank this beautiful piece of land for giving us this environment where we can flourish in. What happened in the past 18 months? I actually have been learning over the past 18 years, and we are faced with COVID-19. So actually, the Q1 profits in 2020 plummeted. But after that, we were able to stabilize our profit, and we were able to increase the profit. We started to grow again in Q3. And actually, in the first half of 2020, we suffered a loss of about 10.1 billion Taiwan dollars. And which shows how seriously we were impacted. However, we were able to restabilize our profit. And in 2020, the profits for that year actually reached 1.6 billion Taiwan dollars. So this also shows you how resilient we were and how resilient we are. As a business, we have to reinvent ourselves. We have to increase the added value. Now, ABCD, AI, big data, these are very important. How can we change from AI to the next step? How can we identify the new opportunity windows? This is something that we should focus on. As we transform ourselves, we were faced with COVID-19. That posed a huge challenge. Fortunately, we have smart manufacturing, we have smart factories. So in the past, without smart manufacturing, it required 16 people at the shop floor. But now we no longer need as many people. We only need 5 people for the same job. So you see that we can turn this crisis actually into new opportunities. We also make use of semiconductor technologies, and we work with partners to design for automation. And because of that, we're able to weather this COVID-19 crisis. And you see that over the years, we have invested 6.5 billion Taiwan dollars in this. And this has great return on investment. We are able to lower the number of employees working on site from 100 to 60 to 40. At the same time, we are able to maintain the same productivity. And also, we focus on light touch, no touch, zero touch. And the total cost of production has been lowered. The total cost of product life cycle has been lowered as well. We focus on end-to-end, point-to-point. So from scheduling all the way to the end. Actually, we have a full range of product portfolio here. How are we going to manage this? We have to rely on smart manufacturing. We produce many products. And now we're focused on non-panel display development in order to create more value. We are the main providers of TV display. We also produce the display devices for medical devices. Because of the pandemic, people now are working from home, so we actually benefit from this trend as people have more demand for such display devices. And now we also have another trend that is mixed reality, and we are preparing ourselves for this new trend. And some other keys include IOV. So that's say if we have this antenna, then we try to link your vehicles. We want to achieve mobility as a service. And we use LCD antenna to do that. And also, we also develop X-ray detector, flat panel detectors. This slide shows you our population structure. You see that 5 years ago, we didn't have labor shortage issue. And now we see the population is aging. So in 5 years' time, 75% of the population will live in the 6 major cities or municipalities in Taiwan. And the number of people who are over 65 will take up the majority or take up a huge percentage. So this is a trend that we have to pay attention to. If we can integrate the assembly, and if we can automate the manufacturing process, then we can centralize the production. So in Taiwan, for example, we import glass, and after assembling the products, we then export a TV. And with smart manufacturing, then we can change the industry in the next 5 years. This is the vision. This is also our task.
So starting from 2006, 8 years later, in 2017, we have learned Industrial 4.0 from Germany, and then we have started to transform our factories, and then we are working on Internet of Everything. So we are now building our big data to make infrastructure as a service, to gather all kinds of information from sensors. Well, when we merged 3 companies, we had 130,000 employees. Now we have fewer than 60,000 people. However, we are even more productive. Why? Because we are now focusing on smart manufacturing. Later, I would like to invite my colleagues to share with you. As a executive, how are we going to learn and how are we going to execute? I would like to ask my colleague, Mr. Liao, to share with you. Ms. Director General Jiang, Mr. Liang, Ms. Lin, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Liao Jianhong from Innolux. I've had the privilege to work under Chairperson Duan and then under President Yang. And I have been through digital transformation at my company, so I would like to share with you some of the things I learned and some of my experience. I think when it comes to digital transformation, there are 3 major points. There are 3 cores. One, ideology, or your thoughts, your thinking. So as an executive, can you really identify with this idea? Can you fully support this idea? And can you reshape your company culture to support this new idea? The second point is methodology. You have to be logical. You have to have science-based approaches. It's not a one-time project. The third point is technology. We have to combine resources of the company and talented people of the company so that we can have long-lasting and scalable results. So at Innolux, our smart transformation can be divided into two phases. The first phase started from 2015, led by the chairperson himself, and we focus on the fab in the upper stream of the production. We want to increase its yield, and we optimize the shop floor. So the transformation focused on the factory, on the shop floor. But after President Yang started to let us, we expand the effort to include the management of the whole company and to connect with the sales, with our customer relationship, to quality assurance, quality control, material management, so it become even more comprehensive. So what we hope to achieve is to upgrade the decision-making from being descriptive to prescriptive so that we can accelerate our decision-making and its execution. So when it comes to our manufacturing transformation, I would like to focus on smart manufacturing. So we have automized our production line, the whole production line. This started in 2015. Automation at Innolux is very different from other companies. Actually, we have a department dedicated to automation, so we can rely on our own efforts to automate our equipment. Well, we have gathered experts internally and externally on data gathering, so we know what data to gather and what applications we will have. And so in 2019, our factories have been made smarter, and we have reduced a lot of the 60% of the labor needs. Well, we were forced to that because we faced a labor shortage. So automation helped us to to solve that challenge and brought many other benefits. So TFT industry is very similar to the semiconductor industry. So this is the real view of our production lines. In the past, you can see it's packed with people. But now we have lights out factories. There are no people there. It's also a real scene in our factory nowadays. So if we want to do automation, what we are focusing on is that we have to redesign ourselves. We have to design for automation. If we simply have existing products and then try to automate it, it will lead to a lot of problems. So for example, a notebook in the production line is actually composed of a lot of parts. There are optic parts, metal parts, LED. And nowadays, people want thinner and more sophisticated products. So when it comes to automation, there are a lot of additional benefits. So, for example, in the past, if we do this manually, there will be a lot of defects, and also particles in human bodies may contaminate the products. And also, if you look at this, a lot of products are thin, so a lot of products are made of thin tabs stick together. But if you do it manually, there will be a lot of problems. They are not evenly stick together, and there will be some defects. So automation helps us to solve all these issues. And actually, we have increased 4.5% of UPPH, and the labor is largely reduced. And this video shows you the automation of our module manufacturing. So while we were promoting this new effort, we have taken 3 approaches. The first one is automation. The second one is to datalize it. And then the third approach is to make it smarter. So before we want to make something smarter, we cannot forget one very important foundation. There are 6 points that people have been talking about in the past, and we should never forget about this. We have to work on the ECRS in the process, simplify, combine, rearrange, which are basic approaches in an industrial rearrange. We have to optimize and streamline the production process. So what can it do for us? We will now have a full picture of the progress of each project. What is our goal? And then we will clearly know where we are lacking, what we are lacking in certain aspects, in what aspects. So as we are making things smarter, we realize that in the past we did things manually or instinctively based on our previous experience, but now our decision is data-based. And in Industry 4.0, there are 3 major roles, and they have to collaborate cross disciplines. One is domain experts. The second one is IT. And the third is data scientists. And they have to collaborate, but it's difficult because they have different specialities, and it's hard for them to communicate with each other. So how can we bring experts from the 3 fields together to collaborate, to have cross-disciplinary collaboration? It's really hard, but later on I will going to show you some real examples to illustrate. So I think there should be an interface so that they can learn from each other, and we can integrate all these different people in different projects. And when we're working on projects, there are 3 principles. First one is efficiency. Of course, as a business, this is what we have to pursue. Second, we start from easier things. Well, at the beginning, people will need a sense of achievement to move forward. If they feel so frustrated, they might start to doubt themselves, whether they can really do it. The third one is to choose a project that's leadable. So you have to be open. You want to learn something. So when you choose your team members, you have to choose open-minded people. And once the project starts to get up and running, you can upscale it and you include even more people. So by leadable, I mean that we can expand a project. And then CRISP DM is the methodology we use, and it's actually a common approach in data mining. I'm not going to focus on this methodology. I was talking about bringing people from different fields together, experts from 3 fields together and work together. We have developed a lot of tools for data quality checking and data cleansing, and how can we find the key factors and to optimize the parameters. This has been what we've been focusing on over the past years. And we have seen a lot of varieties from the front end to the end, to the back end. And we focus on the commonality of tools so that one tool can be used in different sectors. So in a smart factory, when it comes to management, there are 4 aspects. First is management, then equipment, production process, and then inspection. I'm going to give one example for each aspect. So this is actually a management display we see in a smart factory. So this is like a dashboard, and on the upper left side, this is what our IT has done for us. This is AGV for our production line, and you can see people moving around. And a lot of indices, for example, fulfillment of needs, materials, feed, human resources, quality. So all indices are here, and the managers on site can have a full picture and can arrange and rearrange immediately. So equipment intelligence, I don't think PHMan is necessary for all equipment. It could be too high-end. Predictive maintenance may not be necessary for all equipment. You look at the x-axis and y-axis. X-axis is the influence, y-axis is happening frequency. So if it happens very often, it's highly impactful, and it happens very often. While if there are so many issues, you have to redesign the equipment. And only the fourth area, you have to do PHM. So it's highly impactful, but it doesn't happen very often. So you have to find the right target. And then we have to build our module, our algorithm, and then collect data. And then we can predict the life of a piece of equipment. So our UL is the rest life of the equipment.
Moving on to process intelligence. Here you see bonding shift. What it means is that in our process, we have to bind or combine IC and glass, and we have to do that precisely. If we do not do that precisely, then problems occur. Then there will be short here. It's going to be short here. So you see that after using an equipment for a time, the stability rate changes a bit. After we build a model, we input key data, and we can predict how it's going to fluctuate, how it's going to change. And then we have to make some adjustment to rectify it, to adjust it. So you see that the darker colors is the real situation. And on the right-hand side, you see after the adjustment, this is what we achieve. This is what we call by run to run. And then about smart inspection. First, we, of course, have to identify something to inspect. So, for instance, we identify some uneven distribution, and then the second step will be to categorize. So we know where the problems are, and we can address the problems. The third is to rate the issues, and then the fourth is to rectify or to adjust. So these are the 4 steps that we do in smart inspection. So this is what I mean by bonding. If you buy an equipment, there may be some issues. These issues include load, and sometimes there are conflicts between these parameters as you can see on the slide. And we have to strike a balance between the two. Well, if you want to lower the load, you may need more personnel. On our team, we use AI to help us. And with the help of AI, we're able to identify the issues that may not be identified in the past. We also have a centralized structure for our cloud. What it means is that in the past, it required 2 people to do the job, but now it may only require 0.5 person to do the job. And because of that, the workload of our personnel actually decreases. But of course, we still have to ensure that all employees have jobs to do. But basically, we centralize a lot of jobs on our production line, and we're able to lower the number of employees required for the same job. And we use a platform called Innomide. So this is what I touched upon earlier. Ideology, methodology, and technology. These are the 3 main cores in our strategies. As mentioned by President Yang earlier, we have to shoulder our social responsibility. So we try to empower our partners. We work with partners in the semiconductor industry. We also are on the team of face mask production. So let me show you one video clip.
以专业分工与群聚效益等优势，独步全球。台湾半导体总产值3兆元台币，居全球第2大。后段封测业产值更为全球之冠。南茂科技在晶圆凸块、IC 封装、IC 测试等服务深耕多年，在产业上占有一席之地。2020年，南茂科技更在既有的基础上，向工业4.0、智能制造迈向一大步。智能制造推进是有步骤的，先从 X 轴设备硬体自动化，加上 Y 轴资讯软体自动化，成就工业4.0。万物联网后，再结合 Z 轴之大数据与人工智慧，即到达 AIoT 智能制造的目标。南茂科技经过20年的耕耘与建设，皆有 IaaS、PaaS、SaaS 企业资讯架构。群创光电则在 IaaS 层加建边缘层 Edge Layer， 有效减少。
南茂本来就有很完整的架构，但是我们
this partner already had a complete infrastructure, but we helped them to improve. So this is a project that we work on together.
自动派货系统 DCS 及自动化搬运运用在工厂，由配货中心发布命令，由 AGV 中控系统指挥搬运型 AGV 自动搬运待测晶圆片至线边仓，之后由生产型 AGV 将产品搬运上测试机台，并呼叫设备自动上载程式起测。
这个对于整个对位精度是很要求的。
So for robot AGB, you see that precision here is the key.
PMI 是不可或缺的步骤。群创要透过影像辨识拍出各区扎针位置，再经过人工智慧 AI 精准演算法，得出最佳设备初始参数，自动驱动机台调整最佳位置 ，Run to Run 开始晶圆片测试循环，以取代人工检测，量测更精准，操作设备更省时，得到的是高品质晶圆片以及不断线的设备架动。第一个产品测试完后，生产型 AGV 搬运第2个产品做 swap， 并将第1个产品送回移动式电子料架。搬运型 AGV 收到命令，自动将产品搬运回配货中心。群创光电建制的边缘层，是替南茂科技加盖的最后1里路，从端到云应用布局，达到人工智慧、万物互联 AIoT 的程度。群创与南茂科技合作，一同打造 AIoT 智能工厂。
这个专案在我们合作的
In this project, Well, they used to use 84 people, but now they only need 1 person. So about the face mask production that I talked about, well, actually, we joined the team because a friend asked us for help. And you see that it requires a lot of labor in packaging the face mask and in inspection. And using technology to inspect, actually, it's not that difficult. So with the help of technology, we're able to inspect the face mask to see whether there are some anomalies, whether there's some insect on it, whether there's anything wrong with the face mask, and we can remove those things. And then we also use technology, use equipment to help them package the face mask. So for example, you have 5 or 7 face masks in one package. So I talked about having experts in different fields work together. You may think that we cannot afford so many data scientists and so many data technologies in my company. Well, if that's the case, then I think we too should work together. So here is my contact details. I would hand the microphone back to President Yang. Yes, make in Taiwan first, integration first. We should be your partner in the global market. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, President Yang and Mr. Liao, for your sharing. Our second speaker is Mr. Patrick Chen, General Manager of YCM Industries. Patrick holds a master's degree in EMBA from Kellogg Northwestern University and Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. He is currently the General Manager of YCM Industries and the General Manager of .Zero Corporation. Today, he's going to talk about Towards a Better Tomorrow, Realizing Your Smart Factory Dream. Director General, President, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor to be here to share with you. Today, I will talk about our smart factory dream. We are one of the few machine tools providers here. And here you see my background. I studied overseas, and I have accumulated some experience in foreign countries. And now I'm the general manager of my company. YCM was founded in 1954, so it's almost 70 years for us. So I want to share with you how we transform ourselves so that we can become a century-old industry. We have about 800 employees in Taiwan and 1,000 employees worldwide. So we are the so-called SMEs, and the headquarters is in Taichung, and it takes up 164,000 square meters. And you see all the processing, packaging, assembly are done in our factory. And we also have a global outreach, so we have subsidiaries in other countries. We are manufacturing machine tools, and you see that machine tools are used in many industries, including aerospace, automotive, micro machining, die and mold, etc. Even the bicycle industry uses machine tools. Let me share with you one video clip to show you what machine tools are used for.
那这个是
So this is our subsidiary in Germany. Well, if you are interested in car racing, then you probably know about this race in Nuremberg. We sponsored the sports event. So you see YCM logo everywhere in that sports event. President Yang shared with us a lot. So how can I match that? Well, machine tools are very important in our industry. So I would first talk about the global trend and how machine tool is going to help Taiwan to develop its industry. So you see that after the pandemic, the global GDP is expected to rebound to about 5.2% this year. In Taiwan, the pandemic is well controlled. Last year, we actually had positive growth for our GDP, which is expected to remain this year. You see the market starts to recover. How can we ensure that all players in Taiwan benefit from that? You see the global GDP increases by 5.2%, but in Taiwan, it's about 3%. So how can we do better? How can we benefit from this? And originally, I wanted to present in English because there are guests joining us online from abroad. But anyways, I prepared the slides in English. Well, here I want to show you the challenges that we are faced with. You see that we have to customize our products and the product life cycle is shortened. There is also the issues of limited resources. In Taiwan, we actually rely on import for many resources. And we also have this territorial reshuffling here. So many factories have been relocated to mainland China, for instance. Also, we have fewer and fewer population. We have to increase the productivity per capita. And we may have to shift our business model in line with all these trends. So you see that in Taiwan, we have been improving our products, and so many companies in Europe and in Japan really want to tap into the market as well. So we actually face keen competition.
So in this post-pandemic era, we are facing new challenges. Some of them are mentioned by President Yang. For example, we have been facing the restructuring of the supply chain, and this will continue to be an important trend in the future. And due to the pandemic, we are now thinking about how to build a zero-touch economy, and we will really have to think hard about these issues. And as businesses, we'll have to think about older issues, for example, problems brought by the China-US trade war. But also, we will have to think about new issues emerging in this post-pandemic era. For example, how can we help our products to customize products and services to provide customer-oriented offerings? And also, like President Yang said, how can we tap into AI and BI to improve our decision-making quality? And also, localization. By localization is that how can we build a supply chain and our production sites that really meet the local environment, and because there are a lot of shortages in the supply chain. And another important issue is digitalization. The government has been promoting these initiative a lot and has been telling the businesses that we should work together on this. But what benefits can it bring to businesses? People are talking about big data and AI, but how are we actually going to do this? So in Taiwan, there are around 200 SMEs, and it accounts for 2.5 million labor forces. That's about 20% of the total labor force in Taiwan. And these companies generate 1 trillion value in exports. And these data are from 2 years ago. However, only 3% of the businesses are under digital transformation. Another data I would like to share with you, the top 2,000 businesses in Taiwan are working in this area. For example, President Yang has been committed to digital transformation of smart manufacturing. But actually, how much has digital transformation contributed to company performance? Only 11%. So how can we really implement digital transformation and bring real benefits to our company? I think President Yang's sharing was really good, and I think all entrepreneurs or business people should learn from his experience. And this is a good book. I recommend you to read it. It is about digital revolution starting from 2016. This is the third wave of digital revolution. People immediately think of the AIoT, and there are several key points in this area. First, cloud service platform, vertical integration. It mentioned traditional sectors. I really don't like this term. People often associate with manufacturing sector with traditional sectors. Yes, we do have a long history, but we are not old. We produce very sophisticated products. So I know many of you have been working on this for a long time, but how can we do it? There are several important keywords. First, digitalization. It is all about speeding up our communication. For example, we use the Line Messenger. In the past, we wrote emails, but now Line allows us to have immediate communication. So it's all about speed. And now with digital transformation, we have to think about how to increase our competitiveness, to have new business models, to maximize our competitiveness. So when it comes to digital transformation, there are 3 steps. First one is digitalization. And then is digital optimization. And third part is digital transformation. Like President Yang was thinking about how can we rethink about our existing values and then maximize it. And we rethink about efficiency and security and safety. So I think I would like to recommend you to think from the 3 aspects: digitalization, digital optimization, and digital transformation. And how can we use all this to help our customers? So back to my company, I think machine tools are the mother of all machines, all tools. And how can we help our customers to create value? I think it's through lean manufacturing. Well, later on, I'm going to talk about the details of this. This is our blueprint for our Industry 4.0 solution. I'm not going to go into the detail, but the most important thing is to create value for our customers. We start to put ourselves into their shoes. How can we improve their efficiency, their quality, to make their costs more reasonable, to create a good health and safety environment? So we want to provide an overall solution, not just pieces of equipment. And I would really like to share our experience with you. We believe that smart manufacturing consists of 3 elements: automation, and smart machines, and smart management. So how can we integrate these 3 elements to create value for our customers? I think the key point is to think about processes in our customers' company, from order taking to delivery, what issues may emerge. So how can we tackle this from the perspective of equipment? How can we give them smoother process and also more competitive costs? So smart automation, this is a very important part. I think one major issue faced by our industry is that we are now dealing with a lot of customization. So the volume is low, but there are a lot of varieties. So we can even produce one piece. So we when it comes to automation, like President Yang was talking about lights out factories, this may not be possible for a lot of SMEs. They cannot invest so much resources. But maybe if you invest in small amounts, you can get some achievements. So you invest in flexible automation solutions. For example, how can we integrate our existing equipment with automation services? So everything is ready, and we have these solutions and these products ready for you. And the second is smart equipment, smart machines. This is where we founded our business. How can we make our equipment, our machines smarter? So I think if you look at the labor force starting from 2017, it's in decline. And we have to think beyond that. How many laborers, how many young people want to join the machinery industry? So we have to think ahead about future difficulties. How can we build user-friendly interfaces? How can we make more user-friendly monitoring system? And when we operate programs, can we add foolproof designs? For example, the car industry, if you have bought new cars, you probably have discovered that you can operate your cars remotely using your mobile phones. You can know the state of your cars, and your mobile phone will tell you that you probably need to maintain your cars. How many kilometers are left before you send your cars to maintenance. And we have seen these new trends, and we have been thinking about how can we incorporate these new trends into the maintenance of our equipment, for example. And the information can be pushed to our devices automatically. And also, when it comes to the architecture of our smart machines, I think it all boils down to smart sensing. How can we make our devices smarter by having sensors in them so that they can sense and collect data and they can readjust themselves? President Yang also mentioned this. With AI, the machines can actually adjust themselves. And I think this is a really good point that we can learn from them. So there are a lot of smart technologies in the car industry. IoT is used a lot, and we are trying to incorporate these elements into our sectors. So can we warm up the machine in a safe way, and before users arrive at the premise, all the checks are done and the users can be informed what they need to do, what further inspections they have to do. And we don't want unalarmed downtime. I think this is so painful for all factory operators. So we want to make machines even more smarter so that in future they will be zero non-alarmed downtime. And then third element is smart management. We are faced with a lot of issues in the industry, and we want to tackle them with digital transformation. And with all the smart machines, what else can we do? When it comes to smart manufacturing, why is smart management so important? 60% of issues we face every day are related to processes. But very often, we very rarely standardize this. We very rarely make it smarter. And that is why smart management is so important. So after data has been collected and visualized, what is the next step? I think the next step is that during the process of smart manufacturing, within an enterprise, we have a culture that constantly improves itself. So all team members would read all the data and find problems and then find solutions to the problems. So digitalization is good, but after that, how can we really transform ourselves? I think by the end of the day, it's all about human beings. So we still need to train good professionals. And I think improving our enterprise culture is something everyone has to continue to do.
Then it's about GPS. This is from the founder of Toyota Production System, Daiichi Ohno. He said that all companies, regardless of the industries, will focuses from the moment that we receive an order to the point we collect cash. We should focus on reducing the lead time by removing non-value-added waste. There are 7 kinds of major waste in this process. And with the help of digitization, with digital tools, we can help reduce such waste. We now have 67 years of history, and we want to digitize our manufacturing process. With digitization, we want to make better decisions with the help of data. Now I would like to share with you a video clip. We have been doing TPS for over 10 years in our shop floor. And we standardize our SOP. This is something that we have been doing. So we not only do that at YCM, we also want our partners in the ecosystem to use the same tools, the same software. So actually, we co-create with Advantech and found a company together. We integrate IT, OT, and CT. You know that Advantech is the major IPC manufacturer, and we actually combine the strength of Advantech and create a company together. We hope that this company can offer the best products, the best services for our clients. This company is called .0. We aim to help clients realize smart manufacturing. We want all the products and services are user-friendly. We want to achieve plug and play. .0, connecting excellence. We name the company .0 because there are many dots that we have to connect. If we can connect all these dots, then we can create more value. We can achieve zero downtime. We want to reduce the waste. We want our clients to achieve zero waste. So that is why we aim to connect excellence at .0. In the past 2 years, we have achieved great results. So in factory, we adopt this, and the productivity, it can increase by about 15%, and we have cloud on-premise. And this is actually what our SMEs need, because these are user-friendly solutions for them. We have been promoting cloud, and our products are cloud-ready. And we offer microservices. So basically, our products can interface with existing software that you may have. This is our achievement over the past a few years. So basically, we have 130 companies working with us across 12 countries. We know that the physical TIMTOS was cancelled. This year we have TIMTOS online. Well, we know that because of the pandemic, it is difficult to offer aftermarket services. You see that it's not as efficient as it used to be. So how can we offer better customer services? How can we address customers' pain point? When our clients, when our distributors meet some challenges, meet some problems, how can we help them solve the problems for them so that the downtime can be reduced? This is something we have been thinking about, and this is something that we have been focusing on. We use the latest technology. We use some push notifications to alert our clients automatically, for instance. We also use cloud computing to help us so that we can offer remote services. Microsoft Dynamics is something quite new, and you also see Microsoft HoloLens. Let's see a video clip.
Together from anywhere, when everything is on the line. Employees are the heart of every business. It's their resourcefulness, ingenuity, and drive that get the job done. But even the best employees need help from people who aren't there with them. Now employees on site can work side by side with experts in remote locations. In an instant, they can share what they see, lend a helping hand, walk through the process step by step, helping solve problems in real time. This is a new vision for work. Now employees can work smarter and bring in the people they need with just a tap. They can troubleshoot, repair, and perform with confidence and speed. They can move freely, pull critical information into view, and stay focused on the task, their hands free to do the work. This is collaborative problem solving at full speed. Your people, united across time and distance, more connected, more informed, and more efficient. Now employees can work together from anywhere. They can go there without being there. This isn't the future. This is here and now.
This is launched by Microsoft at the end of last year. And you see this is a new service enabled by new technology. You see it's quite fancy. And this technology has been applied to products. Well, actually, how can that be applied to more services? This is something that we have to learn about. That concludes my sharing today. Thank you very much. Thank you, General Manager Mr. Chen. Our third speaker today is Mr. Jason Zhen, Managing Director of Trump Taiwan. Trump Taiwan is a subsidiary of the Trump Group from Germany. To meet the demand of the semiconductor market in Taiwan, Trump Group gradually increases the number of EUV engineers in Taiwan, and it has been actively nurturing local talent here. Today, Mr. Zhen is going to talk about how German smart manufacturing applies to the SME factories in Taiwan. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to share with us our smart manufacturing approach. You see the photo, people are not wearing masks, so the photo was taken a while ago. You see our Minister of Economic Affairs, and actually he visited Trump Group in Germany back then. And when it comes to manufacturing sector and the sheet metal industry, well, there are many SMEs in Taiwan. SMEs refers to number of employees less than 200 people, and with about 100 million Taiwan dollars in capital. Actually, 90% of the companies in Taiwan are the so-called SMEs. Here you see in the background, your smart factory. We have a demo site in Germany, and our government officials visited our factory to know more about smart manufacturing. In particular, they want to know how smart manufacturing can apply to SME factories in Taiwan. Dr. Cao from ITRI is here, right? Let's talk after this. Well, basically, in April, we're going to found a advanced laser application center. Well, Today, I'm going to focus on smart manufacturing. We talked about everything being connected with each other. So if anything that has been mentioned earlier, I will simply skip the part. Let me first briefly introduce Trump to you. You probably think about a well-known person in the US when we hear our name, Trump, but actually we are a company in Germany. It's actually a family business since 1923, so we are almost a century-old business. This business has always been a family business because it wants to have financial independence and it wants to control the development of the business. And currently, there are about 14,000 staff in the world with about 70 subsidiaries in the world. And the capital actually is about 3.5 billion euros. And we focus on two parts. The first is machine tool and laser technology, which also includes 3D printing. Another part is the application of our laser technology. And for laser stores, actually, we manufacture ourselves. The R&D is also done in-house. And we are quite experienced in this.
And we have been innovating. You may not have heard about my company, Trump, but if you have bought this stock from a really popular company, which is at the price about $600, you know we are related to them. Actually, we provide them with 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer technologies to them. So after talking about smart manufacturing, I would like to share with you our views and our approaches. I think you are all impressed by President Yang and General Manager Chen's presentation. Well, it took a company 40 years to achieve digitalization. And at Taiwan Trump, we actually have a lot of engagement with a lot of businesses here. And we also work with global SMEs. And during this process, we have encountered several issues, and I would like to share with you our views on these issues. Well, in earlier days, we had about more than 1,000 machine tool customers in Taiwan. Well, in earlier days, the owners of these companies very often ask me this question: do we really need smart manufacturing? Well, that was in the old days. Because later on, when we enter such discussions, I would say them that have you realized that the customer has shortened the deadline and they are trying to reduce the price, and it's even harder to find qualified workers. You're facing labor shortage. So if you have faced all these problems, then you will eventually have to resort to smart manufacturing. And now people start to ask me a different question. They say, do I have to do it now? So they believe that it is necessary ultimately. But they have a lot of concerns. What are the concerns? Money? No, it's not the major reason. Actually, our SMEs are really vibrant. They are worried about whether this is a good direction for investment. So there's an issue people have been thinking about. Maybe I should wait. Other businesses could go first. And then when I see that this approach is getting even more mature, then I'll adopt it. So actually, when people are adopting new technologies, we have discovered that many SMEs are not supported by a strong team like they do at President Yang's company. So when they are discussing these issues with us, they cannot have a system dedicated or designed for their own company. They need a universal system like MES provided by system providers. So they have to make decisions in these two areas. And like Mr. Chen was talking about, perhaps there's a middle ground that can balance the two aspects. So universal smart manufacturing solutions are more flexible, provided by bigger companies. The problem is that the solution provider are not based in this industry. So they do not know about the nuances of this specific industry, and then their products can meet the specific demands. So it's different from the situation in YCM. So when it comes to universal solutions or dedicated solutions, a lot of SMEs are worried if they buy a solution from you and then they will no longer be able to leave you because migration takes a lot of efforts. So what SME needs is an open structured solution. So Trump has been working on smart manufacturing for many years, and we have been working on all kinds of solutions, but one focus is open structured solutions. So when an SME is considering different solutions, you may want to ask your vendor how open structured is their solution. I would like to cite Wolf. He's here in the audience. Well, if you have any questions, you can discuss him after the event. He likes to use a metaphor. The interaction between machines requires a common language. For example, the MOE has been working on a smart set-top box so that different machines can talk to each other to optimize the communications. So the thing here is that sometimes one solution cannot be interfaced with another solution. It will take a lot of effort. So I have been talking with Wolf that, well, Trump's solution talks German, but we are more than willing to help other people's system to understand our German-speaking solution. So even though we may not have long connections with customers ourselves, however, it will bring long-term benefits, long-term flexibility to our SME customers. So when it comes to smart manufacturing, people are still thinking about expanding your capacity, thinking about your equipment. Then when you're doing this, you have to think about the commonality between systems and solutions. Well, eventually, we will move from automation to smart and data. So this is the only way to go. And then the commonality will be very important. Whether you are buying new machines or you will have full-fledged smart manufacturing, this is something you have to think about along the way. So when there are new colors indicate different types of machines, and when new machines are added, can you still use the existing solutions, smart manufacturing solutions? That is the key to think about here. And something very important for SMEs, one is system to system. When there are issues occurring in systems, very often you have to schedule a time for maintenance, and you probably need the engineers to come on site to maintain and fix the products. However, everywhere, even at Trump in Taiwan, we face labor shortage. So if you have traveled from Taoyuan or Hsinchu, you were probably caught in a traffic jam. And sometimes you spend even more time in the traffic than you spend your fixing of the machine. But your machine is your cash cow, right? When it is not down, it produces profits for you. So how can we have immediate information of maintenance transmitted to our customers? So we have a My Trump system, so it can detect and prevent and reports problems in machines. And it has something very similar to the goggle by Microsoft. We have launched our solution for a long time. We also have our goggle or glasses. With that on, you can see a lot of information so that you can speed up your maintenance. And another system is called localization system. It's a location-based system. But this location-based system is not fancy, but it's very useful for SMEs in Taiwan. So very often people assume that at big companies like Innolux, you use LED solutions and other low energy consumption solutions, and it can detect where your work pieces are. And these solutions are really popular among SMEs. One issue faced by SMEs is that they cannot expand the area of their shop floor because land is so much more expensive than machines. Well, I'm glad that government officials are not here, but this is really something, a big challenge faced by SMEs. So when an SME wants to detect where its work pieces is, it's like it's with a new location-based technology, they can know where it is in a large area.
These photos show you our partnership with our clients in Taiwan. In Taiwan, when it comes to manufacturing, sector machine tool industry, actually they face common problem, which is the keen competition from the US and from mainland China. How can we really overcome such challenges? I think when it comes to equipment or facilities, we should know that smart manufacturing is not the panacea. Many SME owners ask me whether using this will definitely guarantee profits. Well, actually, you actually have to use manufacturing to help your industry, but that alone is not going to fix the issue. In some cases, using smart manufacturing will bring more load or burden for you because you do not have other complementary measures in place. You need a professional team in place. And I really hope that the government can work with us in the industry more, because actually we in the industry are working with so many clients every day, and many subsidies offered by the government are not known by our clients. We help our clients to know more about these subsidies or these grants. So we actually have a lot of observations in the industry. And another thing I want to highlight is cybersecurity. This is not the top priority for SMEs right now. For them, surviving this pandemic is the priority. So currently, cybersecurity is not the most important thing on their mind. But I want to remind our SMEs in Taiwan to pay more attention to this issue, because cybersecurity is very important here. The value of data is very important. It exceeds your imagination. A lot of SMEs do not have a sophisticated system in place. They do not have a sophisticated control mechanism. But data is very important. SMEs may require help from the government to do that because they do not have as many resources at hand. Here I show you a magazine. This is Mr. Liang, one of our clients, and he is on the cover of this magazine. Taiwan is not huge, but we actually produce a lot of value when it comes to the manufacturing sector. And there are a lot of good examples in this industry, so this is one of them. I know that we have representatives from Nanmao, one of the companies in Taiwan. We have a strong semiconductor sector in Taiwan. TRUMPF Group actually has grown along with the car industry in Germany, and I hope that TRUMPF Taiwan can also grow along with the semiconductor industry in Taiwan. And I think all of us should think about how we can provide a platform for SMEs to tap into the sector and to benefit from the industry. Taiwan has a powerful semiconductor industry, so this is a business opportunity that we should seize. It is quite challenging to do so. Like I said earlier, we specialize in EUV. However, in the first 10 years, actually the company didn't make any profits. And if you are not a family business, you probably will not persist. You probably would give up already. And in Taiwan, since there are so many SMEs, the government should think more about how we can support our SMEs. I didn't really talk a lot about the solutions of our company. If you're interested in knowing more, I'm more than happy to talk to you after this. This is our solution. All our solutions start with TRU because the company is called TRUMPF. And one of the solutions is True Connect. Why connect? Because connection is the key in the manufacturing sector. In the photos that I showed you earlier, I highlight the importance of your smart factory. And if you're willing to work with the industries in Taiwan, then we are more than happy to see that. We hope to work with you and to help support the SMEs in Taiwan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for your sharing. Please take your seats. Now we're going to proceed to the first panel discussion. Our staffers will rearrange the seats. From the three speakers' presentations, we can see that in terms of applications and supply, moving towards smart manufacturing and automated production is indeed a future trend. The machinery industry in Taiwan has become a $1 trillion industry since 2017. Even impacted by the pandemic, the industry started to recover at the end of last year and is expected to grow by 15% this year. Trade shows have been held to promote this industry, which, actually, online expos have also been held in response to the pandemic, such as Taipei International Industrial Automation Exhibition, Taiwan International Machine Tour Show, and Taiwan International Machine Tour Show, TIMTOS. These online exhibitions break the spatial and temporal boundaries in Taiwan and help raise our profile in the international community. In this panel discussion, we will have in-depth discussions about strategies to transform into automated production. The moderator for the session is Mr. Andy Liang, publisher at Business Today. Mr. Liang, please take your seat. Now let's welcome the panelist, Mr. James Yang, President of Innolux Corporation. Mr. Patrick Chen, General Manager of YCM. Mr. Jason Zheng, Managing Director of Trump Taiwan. Please take your seats. Now I will hand the floor to Mr. Liang, the moderator for the session. Let's look into the new trends and technologies in the smart machinery industry this year. Ladies and gentlemen, friends on site and online, good morning. Earlier in the session, we hear from the presentations from company in Taiwan and also a foreign company in Taiwan. Three speakers are experts in the field. So I'm wondering, when we are promoting smart manufacturing and smart production, what is the biggest challenge? Which one of you would like to start first? Thank you, Mr. Liang, for your question. Mr. Zheng and I are professional managers, and we have been asked about the ROI, return on investment, and also the boss wants to know how many years can we recoup the investment or the cost. And every year we have been audited, and our performance has been checked, has been reviewed. When I first took on the job, I actually asked many experts, consulted many experts, because back then the panel industry faced huge challenges. The panel industry in China were growing rapidly back then because of the national support. We also see similar trends in Japan and South Korea. Then what about Taiwan? At Innolux, I know that resources are limited, and the time of our C-suite executives is also limited. I really want to thank a lot of people for your support, and for SMEs, you know how many resources you have. With the skin competition and with the advancement of technology, we know that there will always be challenges, and we have to respond to new trends timely. You see other people adopting new things, you may think that is quite easy, but when you are doing that yourselves, you realize the challenges in this process. If Innolux can achieve this in digital transformation, I believe all of you can do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Well, at YCN, this year marks the 67th anniversary. And we have been growing and developing in Taiwan for many years. We witnessed the economic miracle in Taiwan. And we want to help our clients to develop smart solutions. We want to become their long-term partners. Many of our clients are SMEs. So they have employees fewer than 200 people. Some of them have about 50 employees. They have been thinking whether they should invest in smart manufacturing or automation, smart machines, or in smart management. They have been thinking how they can maximize the benefits. So digitization, optimization, digital transformation, all of these are questioned by the owner of SMEs. They are thinking whether or not they can see results in the near term. So we have to lead them. We have to lead them to do this. For example, we manage our supply chain. There are 350 suppliers in this supply chain, and we try to interact with them as frequently as possible. We talk to each other every 1 to 2 months. We want to increase the value on our supply chain. And if there are any challenges faced by them, then we discuss together and we try to overcome the challenges in the delivery and in the process. So actually we use this idea of lean manufacturing, lean production. So yes, they face challenges in digitization, but we use TPS, TPM, we use lean manufacturing to improve the process. As we do this, we actually identify a pattern and we use digitization. We try to adopt digitization to do so. So we really want our partners to feel like we are on the same boat. We are not just doing business with each other. And we want to help them to get more orders with higher value, higher added value. So we are leading them in this process. We know that it's challenging when you first adopt digital transformation because you may not be as familiar with that. But with our support, with us leading them on this journey, I believe we can still realize the smart manufacturing in Taiwan. Well, to put it briefly, I talked about SMEs, right? Well, I think the question is whether this makes money. Can it make money? The government is promoting it, and many companies are moving forward. That's true. All companies are working quite hard on this journey. If we can see one successful case, well, you see that, well, with digital transformation, this company actually makes more money. Then other companies will start to think that this is worth the investment. And then they will be willing to make the investment. As mentioned by President Yang, the commitment by the high-level executives is the key. So the owner of the SMEs will play a very important role here. But for them, the key question is whether such investment helps them make money. If it's questionable and if it's really hard to do, then they will be hesitant in making such investment. What we can do is help them improve their efficiency in their production, in their marketing, in all their process.
Thank you all for your sharing. You all mentioned that if we want to promote smart manufacturing, competitiveness is the key here. Another issue is that people are giving birth to fewer children and we're facing labor shortage. And you are on the front line in the industry. So can you talk about education? How can we educate our young people to take this opportunity to shine in this new era? I think it's about smart connection. Well, I think it's a big question. I cannot comment on educational policies. I know young people, it's difficult for young people nowadays. I always feel that I'm lucky to be older than them because it was better at my time. So I think the most important thing is about adding value. How can we provide more value-added services to help our young people? I don't have some very concrete solutions, but at the moment we're looking for and trying to recruit qualified employees, and we are faced with a lot of challenges. So I don't have an answer now. Education is very important for the future of our countries. So we can only do what we can do. And just like Mr. Zheng was saying, it's going to be even tougher. For example, if you look at the national team of Taiwan's surgical mask producers, in the future, people will still have to work together in this battle. And then how can we connect different sectors so that everyone can be involved in this battle? I think education is the key. But then at companies, we can only focus on the education in our own companies. This is something we can control. So, for example, at the company we're working on TPS, we have been improving processes for more than a decade. This involves different departments. But by the end of the day, we want to do smart manufacturing. And when we are providing training sessions, we want to make everybody speaking the same language in their communications. We want to use the same platform, same tools. We want consistency within the company. And that is the focus of our training. And we also want to encourage colleagues to think about new solutions. We want them to be able to discover problems and to have to work cross-departmentally to find solutions. So at YCM, we actually have enough staff members to do this, but at smaller companies, at SMEs, how can they have enough resources to train their people? I think when it comes to smart manufacturing, don't think about too much about customization at the beginning. Think about industry standards. I think whether it is in the machinery industry or machine tool industry, industry standards, industry regulations will be very important. And after we have shared standards, then we can focus more on training new professionals. Thank you. I think Confucius said that I was dedicated to study when I was in my teenage year old, and at different stages of life, you have different focuses. And now I'm 50, I should know my fate. And I have 2 children. And I think family education is very important in Taiwan, and we can train ourselves. Our children are trained to be very hardworking, but they are less creative because in our family education, we teach them to behave well, to listen to their teachers' instructions. So when it comes to smart manufacturing, we have very solid foundation in science training. And they are also well cultured in humanities. And now we want to integrate these two parts together. Well, I was once laughed at by a colleague saying that, well, actually, you people are really well educated, but you can never produce Tesla because you're less imaginative. And you can only be imaginative and creative when you're happy. For example, when you're happy, then you can imagine you're going to Mars. You can create a spaceship. So we have a lot of talented students in the business schools, in the physics schools. But there is no project managers to coordinate people from different fields. So, for example, in this post-pandemic era, people are producing surgical masks, and I ask my colleagues to produce a surgical mask detector, detecting deficiencies in surgical masks. And my colleague says, well, this is low end, and I'm working on such high-end technologies while I'm doing this. And I tell them that this is so important, it saves people's life. And actually, you can use an integrated system and to check to see the whole picture. And you can actually export these technologies to Japan. And in the past, you might needed 300 and 400 SMEs to do this job. And now with this integrated technologies, you don't need that much human resources. So I think cross-disciplinary ability is so important. My son told me that, well, I'm not good at any subject. I cannot go into a graduate institute. But even mundane people like us can be a project manager to coordinate experts from different fields. So I think Taiwanese young people are really talented and hardworking, so what they really need is more encouragement and guidance. Thank you. Thank you for your sharing. At Innolux, we really encourage our employees to give birth to children. Actually, the birth rate at our company is more than 9%. Well, our major shareholder now is Honghai. But previously, the major shareholder was Qimei. And now we're working more to build a happy enterprise. Young people joining our company will be insured to receive pension when they retire. And also we give good birth allowances and grants. I think population and birth rate is really a national security issue, so we encourage them. So actually, employees can receive 15,000 NT dollars per month if they have babies. So as we are promoting smart manufacturing, we want government to play an important role, especially for SMEs, which is a major part in Taiwan's economy. So could you advise the government on 2 or 3 things they should do? Well, at my magazine, I could probably write a feature article on this. I think SMEs all work very hard along the way. So I would like the government to give them zero interest loans, so they can save the money, save the interest, and invest the money in smart manufacturing. And in the future, there will be a huge ROI. When it comes to machinery industry or machine tool industry, I talked about education, and I think this should be a focus. Education is an important asset. To all companies, the most important asset is employees. So how can we continue to train our employees so that they can shine in smart manufacturing? I think the government can also support us in this area. I would like to follow up on that, on the issue of investment. It's really hard to recoup investment in the earlier stage. You don't know whether you can do that. It's just like the Advanced Laser Center in Taiwan. You have to invest more than 10 million NT dollars to have equipment like this. And SMEs hesitate to make such big investments, so maybe they can share all these investment so that after they cross the chasm, after they start to make money, they can make even more investment. They can have more confidence. But there are risks in the earlier stage, so they will really need support from the government. They need a platform, just like the Advanced Laser Application Center we have, which is also a platform. The EVs by Elon Musk was mentioned by our speaker, and then Honghai also has been working on a platform for autonomous vehicles. Maybe there is some opportunities in this area. Do you have some thoughts? What can businesses do? Perhaps Mr. Zheng, you go first. Well, when it comes to EVs, at Schrumpf, we've been working closely with the automobile industry, which is a well-known industry in Germany. So at Schrumpf, we have been working hard to find new applications in batteries. When we come back to Taiwan, I think the demand for this is not as much as the demand for the other industries, such as semiconductor industries. Sometimes people talk about M teams and A teams. I think teamwork is the most important by the end of the day if we want to talk about this new industry. So teamwork, I would like to follow up on that topic. When it comes to EV, we read a lot about MIH at Honghai. This is also a teamwork. The MIH is all about modularization, customization, flexibility, and this can be well incorporated into smart manufacturing, so we can better meet customers' needs by forming an alliance. So all members of this alliance can work together towards smart manufacturing, and they can get orders that come in small volumes but high varieties. So we really can work with businesses on smart manufacturing in this area. May I interrupt? You might think we are talking about fluffs. You know, teamwork sounds really good, but it's really hard. Maybe it's not that promising in the future. So, Mr. Liang, this is a good topic for your articles. How can we do teamwork? What directions may be more feasible?
So we talked about IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. I think the next step will be mobility as a service. When you look up, you don't see stars. You see satellites being connected. And these satellites will be connected to the antenna installed on the top of your roof. And this will also be connected to your car and via 5G technology. Mr. Zheng said that sometimes the time you spend in the traffic jam is even more than you spend on maintaining your equipment. Well, now with this new technology, that you can have your telecommunications, you can have a teleconferences on your car. You don't have to be there for the conference. So smart technologies is going to make displays everywhere, and you access your information with display. And we are an important player in the supply chain here. There are 5 shortages that we're faced with, and I think we also do not have a appropriate legal framework in place. We really need a demo site that we can do experiment in. In order to do that, we need to have the appropriate legal framework in place to test the vehicles. So I really hope that we can have a ecosystem ready for the industry so that we can test the new products at home before we export our product and solutions to overseas markets. So we should strengthen all our capabilities here in Taiwan first. Thank you. If we want to develop EVs in Taiwan, there's still a lot of room for improvement. I know that there is a base here. Actually, the forum, it's expected to end at 12:10. We still have a couple of minutes left. I would like to ask our speakers to briefly summarize key takeaways for the session. I think the key is we should have the wisdom, and we should have the equipment, the facilities in place, and we should have the software, the IT. When it comes to teamwork, I think SMEs should approach the associations first, or should talk to players in other fields first, so that you know where you can find resources. At Enelux, we try to empower our suppliers. And we produce face masks because it's going to help save lives. If you're interested in tapping into the panel or display industries, then you're welcome to take a look at it. This is actually a huge market. And we started out as a small business, but we have grown along the way. There have been ups and downs in this journey. We also experienced many cycles in the market. So in the panel industry, you see, for example, other countries have dropped out, such as South Korea, but we are still here, and I believe we can improve ourselves and do even better in the future. When it comes to smart manufacturing, I know that many people have concerns about whether or not it can really make money. I think we shouldn't think too much. What I mean is that we should keep up with times. We should ride the trend of digital transformation. If you look at Europe, if you look at China or Japan, many countries have been invested heavily in the field. And TSMC takes up 40% of the GDP here. But we cannot rely on TSMC alone. We should invest in other industries as well. Nike's slogan is just do it. And I think we should just do it. We don't necessarily have to spend a lot of money, but we should try to do that. And I believe we can achieve we can achieve it if we set our mind to it. Okay. I didn't really mention TSMC. I only mentioned that a company whose value stock is valued at about $600. Okay. Well, large companies are moving forwards. That's for sure. SMEs are quite hesitant on this journey. I think the first thing is just do it. Second, you should select the right partners. It should be a teamwork. So when it comes to ERP or MES, you should have the right partners because this is a long journey. It requires more than 1 or 2 years. If you buy the wrong equipment, then the impact is short term. But if you choose the wrong partners, the impact will be long term. So I would suggest you select the appropriate partners for our SMEs. Thank you. So from the sharing, we know that smart manufacturing requires long-term investment. You should think carefully. You should find the right partners, and you are going to benefit on this journey. And you should respond to this trend timely. We really benefit a lot from our 3 presenters. Thank you very much for your sharing, and thank you for your participation. Thank you for your sharing. That concludes the morning session. Our afternoon session will start at 1:30. So please be back by 1:30. See you this afternoon.
好，我们请现场的贵宾再把握最后的机会上台一起来合照留念。
And now you're welcome to take photos on stage. We would like to invite our panelists to have a photo on stage.
请一起看向中间。
Please look at the camera in the middle. Thumbs up for the photo. We would like to also invite Mr. Heidelbrand to join us on stage for the photo. Thank you for your participation.
machine automation, and digital engineering. The new manufacturing revolution is leveraging these next-generation technologies to create smart factories. Are you? To make things easier, many people break smart factories down into a series of smaller parts. Here are a few examples. The numbers show that most companies understand their importance, but as you can see, little has been implemented. And in general, the significance of Industry 4.0 is also
本视频将向您演示由30电机 F
位贵宾午安。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are resuming the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. The afternoon sessions are about to begin in 5 minutes. Please switch your phone into vibration mode and take a seat. So the first speaker of the afternoon session will deliver his presentation in English. If you need Chinese interpreting services, please take your ID with you and go to the registration desk for an interpreting device.
好，那我等你通知。 各位现场及线上。
Dear friends on site and online, good afternoon. Welcome back to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. In the afternoon sessions, we are going to discuss two major themes. The first one, key technologies in robot inside control solutions, as well as co-creating future of machine intelligence and AIoT. We have invited a lot of high-profile speakers to share with us the newest trends. I would like to introduce them to you one by one, and those of you who hear your name, please come to the stage. Mr. Tino Hildebrandt, General Manager of Siemens Digital Industries, Taiwan. Please come to the stage. Mr. Huang Junming, Manager at the Sales Engineering Department of Taiwan Fanuc Corporation, and Mr. George Wen, Deputy General Manager at the FA Division of Mitsubishi Electric Taiwan. Well, our last speaker is now in Germany, Mr. Martin Wigenand. And also, we have a representative from Haddam, Mr. Li Enjie, who is present with us today. Well, the first picture with your mask on, please look look at the center. Thumbs up. So another picture with your mask off. Thumbs up again to wish this afternoon's summit all success. Thank you. Please go back to your stage. Now I would like to ask Mr. Tino Hildebrandt to stay on the stage to kick off the afternoon session. So, Mr. Hildebrandt has been working as the general manager at Siemens Taiwan. He has been leading digital transformation, and he is going to share with us riding the wave of industrial digital transformation, thinking further.
On-site and online, good afternoon. For those who have watched the speeches this morning by Taiwanese manufacturing companies, by Taiwanese machine tool companies, have learned why they so heavily demand on digitalization. We have learned from the manufacturing companies that making decisions based on data rather than based on experience is what they are looking after in order to increase quality, increase availability, as well as performance of their production line. We have learned from the Taiwanese machine tool makers that providing smarter machines, machines who are applying latest trend technologies, are key for them to keep successful and competitive in a tough machine tool market. So everyone is using to tackle those requirements with digitalization. And I would like, at the beginning of my presentation, bring a few other aspects into this discussion, because it is not only the demand by the companies who are building or using machine tools, it's also that the environment in what they are acting is significantly changing. So we see, for instance, in one of the main industry, what machine tools are serving, the automotive industry, we see fundamental and structural changes ongoing. And you might have seen this in the news this morning. Yesterday, one of large German automotive company announced that they will not develop any combustion engine anymore. They will purely move all development activities in EVs, electronic vehicles. And this is not the only company saying so, or many of them have already done so. This will change the way they demand machine tools, because machine tools are playing a key role in producing combustion engine-based powertrains. And this is changing, and EV powertrains are totally different. But we also see, and this is the comment in the middle here, that basically the car makers, the automotive industry is changing its business model, and they're going more for being a service and software provider rather than purely a car maker. So this classical car making company is not existing anymore in the future. There will not be the one who is producing end-to-end from the powertrain, body and white paint and assembly, the entire car in their own manufacturing sites. They're developing business models, they're developing services, they're developing and designing cars, but they might be produced by global networks. And if you look, for instance, for all those many new car makers in the world, they don't have 100 years of experience. They are good in digitalization, they are good in services, and they are buying parts from different companies. So the typical approach how machine tools are used and sold will change by the tremendous changes we see, for instance, in the automotive industry. But there are more. If you look to aerospace, the demand in new aerospaces is shrinking a lot at the moment because traveling has reduced since never before. So instead of producing parts for new aerospace, a lot of spare parts are used and required, and there are new technologies like additive manufacturing, 3D printing is required. But also at the second picture, you see that customers expecting transparency along the entire value chain. So from production to transport as well as then to integration. So there is a high demand of global data visibility. And in addition, and we see this also in the way that TIMTOS is happening now, the pandemic is bringing another aspect and change in how things are done and how we are interacting. First, this is increasing the speed of the change, especially in digitalization, significantly. If before someone could have said, if I not do it today, I do it next year, who cares, it's just a year left. But now, if you don't change at the very moment, the world has changed and you will lose and you will not cope with the environment you're in. And last but not least, there are getting more aspects now in digitalization. If we just look, we have TIMTOS now, but the halls are empty. TIMTOS is virtual. If one has just a physical machine and would like to show this in a virtual TIMTOS to its customer in Germany, Turkey, USA, he will have hard times. So a good one who has a virtual machine, he can present a virtual machine in a virtual TIMTOS. So there are more dynamics. The interaction is not possible physically anymore, so we have to think about how we can interact with customers, with suppliers, with partners in a world without traveling or without easy traveling. And if you think as a machine tool supplier here in Taiwan, normally you invited your customers come here to discuss with them the machine design. Then you build a prototype, invited them to test this prototype. And then when the real machine is on the build, the engineers came and did a joint commissioning of the machine before they left Taiwan to go to the end user. This is all not possible in that easy way. So there are a lot of reasons why digitalization is demanded in order to drive things further. And we believe in Siemens, with experience over decades in driving innovations and driving, of course, also digitalizations in many years, we have an answer on that. And the answer we actually believe in is that it will only work if one, be it a company producing machines, be it a company using machines, or be it a company producing parts in a machine or in a production, is making the advantage of using digital twins, which will be the merge, and you see it here, of the real world with the virtual world. So we connect the physical world with the virtual world, because this will help us to do the most possible in a virtual way. And if you just think this quickly, with my example I brought on the TIMTOS, if you have everything virtual, you can talk virtually with your customer. It doesn't matter where they are. Whether they are in Taiwan, in just a different city, whether they are in another country, you can just interact with them entirely. Machine presentation, you can do machine design discussions, you can even do virtual commissioning. I will do this later in some more details. And when everything is done, then you can build a machine and you can bring up a physical machine, which, if you have nicely prepared, taking out data and play this back into the virtual world to continue the optimization. And this is a closed loop, what we see in Siemens. And this is what we called the closed loop for continuous optimization along the entire value chain with a virtual and a real world combined. And in reality, of course, it's not that easy. This overall is a little bit more complex because we talk about different steps in the value chain. So we talk about the machine design. This has to be virtualized. When the machine is virtually designed and aligned, the machine needs to be constructed in a virtual world, that on this basis a machine, for instance, can be commissioned, can be tested, can be even used for training. And of course then, out of this, the real machine will arise and can be produced and can be used on the shop floor, creating data, and this data are then played back to reach this continuous optimization. And talking along those 4 steps might take a long time, so that's why for today, with my 30 minutes, I have decided to bring you 2 examples in this area, which is what we call Cinemeric 1, and another one is Cinemeric Edge. And I would like to first explain what Cinemeric is. Cinemeric is nothing more than the name of the CNC controller from Siemens. This CNC controller has now its 60th anniversary. So this is a technology we are providing into the machine tool market for more than 60 years now. And I'm not part of this entire 60 years, but a long journey I accompanied. And I would say the change now with digitalization and what I would like to explain you in a minute with Cinemeric 1 and Cinemeric Edge is truly the most comprehensive change and innovation we have put into this place. So once again, those are the 2 things I would like to highlight because we believe that those are the key technologies to let our customers exploit the full potential of smart machinery and smart manufacturing. I would like to start first with Cinemeric 1, and basically Cinemeric 1 is what I explained before, the combination of the real CNC controller with its digital twin. And we even call this a digital native CNC controller because this controller was entirely available first virtually digital before it was available in reality, physically. And the same our customers can do now, and I will go into this in a few minutes. They can make the machines entirely digital first. This is what we call the digital first strategy before they go into real machines and real production. So what we can do with such an, I would say, entirely digitalized and digital twin-based machine tool controller, first of all, of course, productivity of a machine can be optimized, not just by having latest technology integrated, but of course also in a virtual world. As said, we can drive highest optimization in machine design, machine construction, machine engineering, as well as commissioning. But we also can be faster in innovating. Because you might assume driving innovations on a computer in a virtual world is far easier than driving innovations in a ready constructed environment. Changes on a computer are done far faster than if you have to change metal and steel, right? So this is something which is far easier. And of course, whatever you have digital, you can integrate with other tools so that you can have easier data handling. But the more important topic is now, and the next what I would like to bring is you can excite, you can drive far more on digitalization. And by having a digital twin, you can fully leverage its power. And I said, for instance, the digital first strategy will give our customers far higher flexibility and efficiency. If you present an already constructed machine to your customer and the customer says, this I don't like, you have to spend days of redesigning and reworking and reconstructing a machine, rather than if you present this on a computer in a virtual design and the customer says, hey, I don't like that. Then you can immediately showcase the change live in the software and can demonstrate your customer what this change he's asking for will bring. Will it be on the good or on the bad side? And with this, you can, of course, develop machines far faster. So that means the efficiency of machine design has been increased by such technologies significantly. The other very important topic is it will enable new ways of thinking. And when I talk about new ways of thinking, I talk about new ways of creating business. This was a discussion this morning as well in the other sessions on how new business models can be developed and at the end of the day realized. And we believe that the virtual machine itself is already a business model. If you look to some key branches, they would never buy a machine or any part of the production if the supplier of it could not provide a digital twin first, because they would like to simulate the entire factory first. And only if the virtual part in this entire factory can fulfill the requirements, they will buy it. But on the other hand, we see, for instance, service cases. We talked this morning about HoloLens, virtual remote services. This is only possible if you have entirely digitalized, so this is a business model only possible like this. Or for companies providing training, if you can't invite anymore coming on site, you can do trainings in entire digitalized environments like digitalized factories or just machines. So it will give you a lot of possibilities for new ways of thinking and new ways of business. So that's why we believe it is so important. But at the end of the day, there is, of course, the real CNC controller, which is operating the machine. And doesn't matter whether it's coming from a virtual world first or not, you can still work at all branches, at all kind of applications, and there is not any restriction given to our customers and users. But important is that with the latest technology, we can also significantly increase the controller performance, because we have applied the very same approach what I mentioned for the machines, to test them and optimize them virtually first. We did with our virtual CNC controller. So we could result, and you see it here, in the NC kernel, the cycle time has been reduced by 50%, and the core PLC can be done by 10 times faster. So overall, we can make machines about 15% more productive with such a technology. Now it's clicking. Right, but I would also like to quickly talk on the digital twin of the CNC controller I just mentioned about. And if you look, the digital twin is not only the controller. Of course, it's important that our customers are entirely going in making their machine digital. So they have to build a real digital model of the machine, but having this, they can optimize the entire process flow. If you look, this was the past. A machine was first conceptual designed, then it was designed, then the software was written, and then it was commissioned. No other way. If you have a virtual machine, which you can work entirely virtual on, you can, of course, work on those processes simultaneously. As soon as the first concept is provided, the first design step can be made, and as soon as the design is done, this can be used by the software engineer to create software. No, it's working, it's okay. And later on, of course, also commissioning can be done in the virtual machine as well. And we believe today that up to 95% of commissioning can be done virtually without having a real machine on hand. So that means the construction of the machine can be done at the very same time. And by this, we have customers, they optimize their time to market by up to 50%. So they're reducing the time they need to develop and bring a machine to the market by half. And this is quite a substantial saving they are bringing up. But also having a digital twin and having all the data available will help you to better analyze. If failures are happening, the failures and the optimization can be done as in the little simulation here. First, in the virtual machine, the service engineer can test whether it works before implementing this in the real machine and before maybe making a mistake and damaging anything. And if it has been proven in the virtual world, it will be downloaded into the real machine and then achieving a best-in-class service and machine uptime. These are a lot of cases we are seeing, which will, of course, make machine operators but also customers happy in using on their shop floor. And this is not just a picture, we really learned this from our customers. As you can see here, a couple of comments from Taiwanese machine tool makers who are using this complete new concept of a digital native CNC controller, and they say, for instance here, they upgraded to the next level or next generation of engineering processes because they could really streamline and optimize the engineering processes between different departments. Or another one here, Chen Tiger said, they are unleashing state-of-the-art possibilities in manufacturing to boost their machine efficiency. And last but not least, Hardin says, by using those data and offering remote assistance to their customers, they have been on a complete new level in customer interaction. So a lot of feedback we received and endless possibilities our customers are doing out of this. And I mean, we are still in pandemic, and I would like to bring one example to you. If you maybe don't take your mask off, I will show it on my one. You might see all those masks, they have a lot of stems in, right? There is the MD for medical device, and there is the made in Taiwan to prove it's made here, and all these things to put those layers together. And you might assume that while the demand of masks was growing, that a lot of mask-making machines were developed, and all of those mask-making machines, they need those stems inside to bringing all this information on the mask and producing the mask. So that means the machine tool companies who are producing those stem rolls were required to produce far more than available, but they could not take half a year or a year time to produce new machines in a normal way. So they used, and you see it here, company Goodway from Taiwan, they are used the digital twin of the CNC controller in developing the entire machine and testing this in a very short time. And you could see they could reduce the commissioning by 50%. So half of the commissioning time is normal. They could work with the next level machine makers to consult virtually without having the real machine built. This was done in parallel. They could even showcase a virtual showroom to the customers of their machines and devices, producing this mask stems, and I want to show you now in reality. That's what's coming out now with half of the time. This is the device bringing the made in Taiwan in your face mask, supported by a digital twin concept to make this available half of the time than before. Another example, Chen Tiger, also a Taiwanese company, is making complex 5-axis machines. And they were also looking how they can make the machine design, machine engineering, as well as commissioning better and faster to be earlier on the market. And they were using, and you see it here in the video, the very same technology. They simulated machine design processes like tool changes, whether this is fast enough, and they optimized. They then did a complete virtual training with the virtual machine, and later on, of course, also the entire virtual commissioning. And you see that they reduced the entire time to market by 30%. So a third earlier at the market than before. But also doing optimization of the real world based on tests in the virtual world helped them to increase the machine productivity by 25%. So they were quite happy in seeing all these improvements by also introducing new concepts of virtual service and trainings models to their customers by implementing and leveraging the concept of digital twin in machine tools. So this is something very important for the Taiwanese machine tool makers to fulfill their demand in digitalization, to once again stay competitive. But now we are coming into the area of integrating machines. And for this, we need new technologies like edge computing and digitalization applications based on our core automation technology. And what we are doing as Siemens is we are providing an open digitalization ecosystem for machine tools, which is helping to connect OT and IT and creates the Internet of Things for machine tools. And important is that we have a scalable system. This morning we talked a lot about SMEs, how we can enable SMEs who might not have too much capacity, who might not have too much investment possibilities. That's why we thought about it's good to have a system which is scalable. We have the possibility to start in the machine, integrating data transparency and digitalization applications in the machine with edge computing. And edge computing is an integrated part of our new CNC controllers, but can help to get new functions and features in there. If someone would then like to use this in an entire production line, we are offering, for instance, with Cinemeric Integrate, IT technologies to integrate machines and production line and ensure needed data transparency and data analysis for customers' best use. And if someone would then like to go global by connecting sites or connecting customers and suppliers, we of course, with Siemens MindSphere, have the solution to bring machine tools into the cloud to our customer. And often people ask me, what would you recommend? Go to the cloud or do edge? And I said, do both. At the end of the day, both will coexist because we will have high-frequency data usage of applications directly in the machine with edge applications, which are then uploaded, updated, managed via the IoT solution. But we also have data transparency between different sites via cloud-based solutions for our machine tool customers with the needed apps in the cloud as well as on the edge devices. And we also have customers here using this. This is a company from Germany, Heller, also a machine tool maker. And with them, we built a partnership to integrate those technologies. And you see it here also in several areas. On the machine, for instance, they are doing virtual machines like Run My Virtual Machine to optimize the machine design, but they then also developed applications and services like condition monitoring, remote services, or even they increase their productivity while the machines are operating by using IoT in AI-based applications. And one of the examples I would like to showcase here, they developed an application to optimize the tool magazine. So this is running on the edge device, managed via IoT, and with this, AI is used to optimize the places they are putting the tools into, so that when a tool change is coming based on the product to be produced, the tool change times are reduced to the minimum for highest machine and production efficiency. And you also see it here, they increased more than 10% productivity by this optimization. And now they're also selling this solution to the customers. So they made the machines better, but they also developed new business models to their customers. So very nice example. We also have seen here by integrating those technologies in order making machines better in the production line, into the operation. So to bring this together on a cinematic edge side, it means edge technology in the machine tools. It will help to boost manufacturing quality because data can be used, data can be analyzed to fine-tune the machine operation. It will ensure, of course, that the transparency on the machine gets to the next level because we will have a digital image of the entire workpiece. We will have a digital image of the entire performance of the machine, which then can be used to further optimizations. We can help with this to increase machine uptime, machine availability, because if we know all the data, we can predict failures, we can do predictive maintenance quite a lot. And of course, at the end of the day, we also can work on far better production or manufacturing reliability by using AI, which will do needed analyses to tell us upfront what will happen next. So both digital twin as well as edge IoT is what we believe still cutting edge technology. And if this is implemented either on a machine tool side or on the machine tool integration side, we believe that the firms using that can keep up their competitiveness level and they can drive strong business in future as well. And that's why we at Siemens, we are here. We are working with Taiwanese firms to drive IoT edge, digital twins, but also topics like artificial intelligence and autonomous system integration, like robot integration, to make the Taiwanese machine tool industry even stronger than today. With this, I would like to close my presentation. Would like to thank you for joining and listening, and wish you a good remaining summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tino Hildebrand. Thank you. 接下来第二位讲者
Our next speaker is from FANUC, Taiwan, Mr. Huang Junming, Manager at the Sales Engineering Department, Taiwan FANUC Corporation. Mr. Wang has been on the FANUC technical team for more than 20 years. He previously served as a CNC engineer, servo manager, and CNC manager. And I'm sure he's fully qualified and very experienced. He has contributed to the machine tool industry. So the topic is smart machinery and smart manufacturing solutions. Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Junming from FANUC, Taiwan. So I would like to share with you smart machinery and smart manufacturing solutions. When it comes to IoT, there are a lot of issues. What is smart machine? What is the cost? What is the hardware? What is the software? So we have to realize it is not human-friendly in an automatic manufacturing environment. The most important issue is to make machines smarter so that they can adjust themselves and solve their own issues. And at FANUC, our factories are highly automated. There are no human beings. And as we evolve, we have encountered a lot of problems and have solved a lot of problems to reach our current state, current achievement. So we have provided several solutions. These are not concepts, these are not future, these are actually happening in Taiwan's machine tool industry. They are being used by the businesses in the industry. I hope that this will be helpful to all of you in the industry. I hope that eventually it can benefit our end users. These are not research in the lab. So if you have any encountered any issues, please contact us. We will try our best to help you. So this outlines my following presentation. So before a machine leaves the factory, to simulation before machining and processing, and during the processing, the highly precise learning, and then the monitoring services so that we can have zero downtime. So I will address these issues one by one. So before the factory leaves before a machine leaves the factory, we need to calibrate. We need a calibration and adjustment. So FANUC has an AI-based calibration. So we are very flexible in meeting customer demands. So this is our server adjustments. So there are always some issues, and it's also always difficult to calibrate a machine before a machine leaves the factory. So this is our solution, which is AI-based. So this is the first step of our servo adjustment. So the first step is machine learning. So it learns different features of different machines to optimize adjustments. So on the right-hand side, you can see that at the motor side, it cannot predict what is happening at the end. So we can actually increase the sensitivity of the sensors to sense the low-frequency vibration at the machine. You see, what's so special about these vibrations is that it is not noticeable by human eyes. However, by introducing AI technologies, we can use machine learning and update all the parameters so that our system learns new rules and can very easily detect vibrations that are not detectable by human eyes. So we add AI engines to reduce these low-frequency vibrations. So the next one is to use AI to compensate heat. So we use temperature sensors to build a model for this. So this is called AI thermal displacement compensation. So we have various machining centers, various types. However, they all use the same algorithm. And you see thermal displacement affects our operation a lot. And there are a lot of complexity involved, and these complexities are all included in our AI solution. For example, in the morning, you want to process something, and in the afternoon, it turned into another different shape. So the temperature in the morning is different from the temperature in the afternoon. So it's very difficult to establish the relationship between temperature and thermal displacement. And by using AI algorithms, we can more successfully establish the links between the two and make better predictions. As for machine manufacturers, when there is thermal displacement, it is necessary to use this model to make calculations. So this software is really expensive. You might be wondering, is it very expensive? However, I'm telling you that it is free. We offer this software free of charge. And you don't need any knowledge about this thermal displacement compensation. As machine manufacturers, we know your specialty is in machine manufacturing. So we know that the precision of our software relies heavily on the precision of data. So you provide us with your data, and you can benefit from this AI-based thermal displacement compensation. And wherever you are, what climate you're in, you will not be affected by the temperature and the thermal displacement, so that it reduces error in your processing process. And actually, this solution has been provided to users all over the world. And you can see in some areas there are dramatic thermal displacement happening, but after using our solution, these are well compensated. So I have finished the first part of this chart. Now I would like to talk about the simulation before machining actually happens. So during automation, it's not possible for a human being to stand too closely to a machine because there are robotic arms and there are autonomous vehicles, automated vehicles. So if you're standing there, you stand in the way of automation. So a lot of errors during the processing process is because you select the wrong models, or there are collisions between your selections. And how do we deal with this? We use CNC guide. So what is CNC guide? So actually, you can use it on your PC in your office to check all the processing programs, to do all the checks and learnings. So it verifies the processing programs, whether it is the language that is used by the programs or the models that is targeted. So processing might take a lot of time, but when how can we predict how much time it is needed in a short period? So we have included the estimation and prediction in our CNC guide, so you can predict your processing time. And whether we are developing the solution or we are teaching our users or students to use CNC, it can be made much more easy. And on PC, we can simulate what the machines are doing. So we don't need a physical machine there, but we can optimize the learning. And we could also use this environment for IoT development.
接着下一页要跟大家报告。
And we want to avoid errors in the machining process. So sometimes you may have some problems with the tools, with the cutter, etc. And that's something that we don't want. So we want to avoid that during inspection. We use CNC guide plus a conflict inspection feature. And we have a CAD. We use CAD to help us inspect the problems with the machines. We install the software on CNC guide, and to read the coordinates of the machine. And with that, we generate a three-dimensional graphics, and we simulate the machining process. And we try to foresee the conflicts, the potential conflicts or the potential problems. And now I would like to talk about the predictive function of machining time. We want to solve the problems with scheduling. We have automated scheduling, and this prediction function is essential. Basically, we're able to predict the time for machining very fast, and we can predict the machine requires, that CNC requires. And for instance, here you see turbines, turbos, and you see blade. So for instance, it said that it's going to take how much time to machine this, and it's going to take about 30 minutes to finish the prediction process. So with this software, we're able to do better in scheduling. So we know how much time is going to spend on this, and with that, we can schedule the production more efficiently. Then moving on to the shop floor. Now we are ready for machining. We need high precision machining, and FANUC actually offers intelligent machining. And we have adaptive control and intelligent control. In machining, this is very important. So we want to improve the machining efficiency. Here we have technology. We have solutions for that. It's not just about CNC and servo. So our solution is like this. We start with optimizing the machining software, and then we maximize the efficiency of the servo. During machining, you may have to change tools or change workpieces. And because of that, your machining time is increased. We're doing our best to shorten the machining time. So we offer a solution that can contribute to higher efficiency machining. On this slide, you see our technology, our solutions. We adjust the resources and we try to optimize the parameter setting. And we can also monitor the servo. And here, we also increase the speed of drilling. And at the same time, we offer smart solutions and load controls. We offer the smart solutions for screwdrivers and also for other parts as well. We also optimize the tool path. Here we have many solutions. We try to shorten the processing time. There are many features as shown on the slides. But basically, we use servo monitor to have a complete record. We all talk about big data, right? So we have to collect data. After collecting the data, we analyze the data so we know what are the reasons contributing to longer machining time. and we need a smarter CNC. So through configuration, we can improve the efficiency. For instance, the speed of your spindle is quite important. And we need to have the right parameter input in order to maximize the performance of your spindle. If you input the wrong parameters, then you are going to increase the workload, the load of that spindle. So it's not only about the faster, the better. We need to really find the most appropriate parameter and configure our machines accordingly. This is a workpiece. And you see that the difference that I show here is just only a few seconds. But this tiny difference, time difference, actually makes a huge difference in the machine tool industry in Taiwan. Like I said, how fast the main spindle can speed up is very important. Or the main shaft can speed up is quite important. And so the torsion of this is important. Oh, and okay, so moving on to mold. For mold machining, we have a surface treatment solutions for that in order to maximize it. We use tolerance control to do that. And basically, through the tolerance control, we're able to finish the surface. So basically, first of all, we need to have a CAD cam, and we try to have a fine finish. Otherwise, the machining time will be prolonged, will be affected. At the moment, the CPU that the machine has is quite powerful. So basically, as long as you have the right program, you won't have too many problems with the machining. So here we try to have a fine surface. So we try to get rid of all these fine lines on the surface. And then moving on to the servo learning vibration. And here we try to solve another problem. So here we have robotic arms, and you see this remaining part in the machining process. We try to avoid that. And we have to use this. So basically, through this technology, we will avoid this remaining materials resulted from the machining process. And we offer solutions based on different needs. So this is a smart cutting technology. So in the automated process, we getting rid of this remaining materials is actually quite important. Otherwise, it's going to cause huge problems for your machines. And then the last part that I want to talk about is monitoring and service. And we have MT-Link I solutions. With that, we're able to achieve a zero downtime, ZDT, zero downtime. MT-Link I is a software for automation at shop floor. We also use OPC-UA, MP connector as well, and we're able to connect to the automated equipment at the shop floor. There will be existing machines in the shop floor, and those are probably not connected. When we have automated manufacturing, do you need to get rid of all those equipment? Not necessarily, because we have adapters, and with the adapters, you can connect your existing machines to the internet. Here are some basic functions of MT-Link I. So basically, it can achieve automated management. And then with that, we can collect the data, we visualize the data, we compile the data and into a report. And then we can send this to our ERP system or to some high-level computers. If you are currently using other interfaces, then we also offer supports to help you connect different interfaces. And we really value aftermarket service. This is something very important for us. And there are 3 key pillars. We want to improve our utilization rate, and we want to have a long product life cycle. So we want to improve the activation rate. We offer global services, and we offer lifelong services for our clients. So first of all, about improving activation rate. In order to do that, we have a failure prediction or failure warning system. This is built in our solutions. So by the time this product is approaching the end of its life cycle, we will alert our client so that there will not be some unpredicted downtime for our clients. And then another thing that we stand out in the industry is that we offer lifelong maintenance services. So for this components, the parts, or CNC, if our clients continue to use these components or parts, then we offer them lifelong maintenance services. You may be wondering if some of the components are no longer manufactured, then how can you do that? Well, you don't have to worry about that. If you use these components and parts, we will offer you a lifelong maintenance services. If it's no longer manufactured, we will try to manufacture. We will try to get you one. And we have global service locations. Here you can see our service network. Basically, we have this philosophy of service first. We sell products to clients. After selling the products, we guarantee services for our clients. I share with you a lot about intelligent or smart solutions or smart manufacturing solutions. These are some of the lessons that I have learned over the years working at the shop floor. And I really hope that you will find this solution useful. We have Phonak Digital here. Basically, this is for machine tool manufacturers. All the CNC preparation work can be done in your office with CNC guide. So it will not take up your CNC machining time. It's going to improve the production efficiency. For instance, we have a software, a programmable software for mold. If you have to do that on CNC machine, then there will definitely be downtime. So some productivity is wasted here. And maybe during the production, you realize that you are using the wrong tools. You want to change tools, then that will waste your production time as well. So actually, with CNC guide, we can avoid all of these problems. You don't have to use the machine, the physical machine, to do that. You can inspect in advance at your office with CNC guide without the presence of a physical machine. During machining, you can use our MT-Link Eye. You can monitor your machining facilities in your office. If there is any anomaly, then through our server function, it can send text messages or mails or line messages. So it can reach the users immediately to alert them of any problems. So we hope to offer affordable solutions to our clients. You don't have to spend a lot of money buying expensive solutions. Simply using these virtual technologies, you can save a lot of money. And we have our own research institute. We try to offer the best product and services to our clients. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
黄部长的分享。
Thank you, Mr. Huang from Phonak Taiwan. The third speaker of the afternoon session is Mr. George Wen, Deputy General Manager at the FA Division of Mitsubishi Electric Taiwan. Mr. Wen has been engaged in FA automation at Mitsubishi Electric in Taiwan for 32 years. He has extensive experience in CNC robotics and server products, including smart machines that combine FA and IoT, as well as smart manufacturing and smart management. So he's going to share with us the DX transformation at Mitsubishi CNC. Welcome. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm from Mitsubishi Electric Taiwan. My name is Wen Fusheng, George Wen. So I'm going to address the CNC transformation of Mitsubishi CNC. The presentation is going to be divided into three parts. First, DX, and second is E-Factory, and the third is Mitsubishi CNC for DX. So DX, or digital transformation, was first coined in 2014 by Professor Erik Stortman from the Swedish Umeå University. So the purpose is to change people's life to make it better. Simply put, it is using digital transformation, digital technology to solve older traditional problems and to change companies' operation model, especially in reducing cost and increasing customer loyalty and improving consumer experience. So digital transformation is linked with Mitsubishi's e-factory. How? I'm going to show you a video clip.
Digital engineering. The new manufacturing revolution is leveraging these next generation technologies to create smart factories. Are you? To make things easier, many people break smart factories down into a series of smaller parts. Here are a few examples. The numbers show that most companies understand their importance, but as you can see, little has been implemented. And in general, the significance of Industry 4.0 is also well understood. But again, few have taken action. Why is that? The problem is, the issues are so complex and diverse that people don't know where to start. So how can it be made easier? On review, there appears to be a missing piece, and that is human knowledge, the source of creativity and ingenuity. Adding human knowledge to machine automation and digital engineering can add new value and a practical approach to implementing smart factories. Mitsubishi Electric calls this e-factory. E-factory is built on the concept of Kaizen, the driving force behind the growth of Japan's manufacturing sector. It's an innovative manufacturing approach that starts on the factory floor. E-factory begins with a thorough understanding of factory floor operations, utilizing what is already in place before it optimizes the manufacturing processes. Furthermore, the system can evolve along with the needs of the manufacturing value chain, keeping the organization relevant and constantly moving forward through incremental improvements. Mitsubishi Electric has 100 years worth of manufacturing know-how and experience. By combining this wealth of knowledge with machine automation and digital engineering, we can provide scalable solutions from simple machine or process improvements to complex manufacturing business challenges. The manufacturing revolution started with automation. Now, its digital transformation is allowing it to evolve even further. From factory operations to management, e-factory connects everything, provides total support, and dramatically improves productivity. Together, working with you, will help you resolve issues, leverage technology, and optimize your value chain. E-factory can help you be a step ahead of the times.
如影片中所述。
As you saw in the video, all businesses know Industry 4.0 is very important. However, 85% of the businesses don't know what it is about, and very few have implemented it. So to us, it is machine automation plus digitalization plus human support. This is e-factory, and this is an FA transformation. So in addition to FA equipment, at Mitsubishi, we also offer home appliances, satellites, space stations, energy, as well as infrastructure support. And in 2021, we are celebrating our 100-year anniversary. So over the past century, we have accumulated a lot of experience, especially in 4 areas: life, industry, infrastructure, and transportation. So today, I'm going to focus on FA systems. So our FA products can be divided into controllers and motors and machine electric integration, edge computing products, as well as CNC controllers, which will be the focus of my presentation today. So this is our newest and most popular CNC, M800. So how is digitalization needed in the manufacturing industry? What is the context? Recently, I've read an article about the CEO of Ford. He said, so Gene said that it's really fast, the world is fast changing, and that is a major challenge faced by the manufacturing industry. And according to Japan's Ministry of Economy, they have published a white paper indicating that the friction between China and the U.S. in trade, geopolitical risks, and sudden climate changes and natural disasters, disruptive technologies, as well as the COVID-19 are all challenges faced by the industry. What are the responses proposed in the white paper? You should, as a business, be able to transform yourself, so your organization should dynamically change and respond. And you should promote digitalization so as to facilitate that transformation. So you can simply buy some equipment and digital software. Is that equivalent to digital transformation? No. We think when it comes to digitalization and digital optimization, we have to integrate digital technology into all aspects across the country. And the third response proposed by the white paper is to strengthen your design ability and speed. So actually, 88% of your cost and quality is determined during the design process. So how can you use digital tools and software for cross-departmental collaboration to make your products better in quality and lower in cost? And the fourth response is to cultivate professionals in digitalization. You see, science, math are a very important part you should work on when it comes to educating your people as a nation. So another report from Japan. In this report, it is proposed that the Japanese manufacturing industry should implement several strategies. They believe that Japan should leverage its technologies and know-hows as their weapon for a revolution, for changes. So, for example, cyberspace data are now being used into the real world. This is the current approach. However, this report has pointed out a future approach. So you should make use of your advantages in the real world and exported that to the virtual world. So at Mitsubishi, what are our thoughts and what do we do? So at Mitsubishi, our thoughts are very similar, are inconsistent with the previous report from Japan. We should leverage our special skills and experience and know-how. We don't just drive them with digital technologies. We should also focus on the production sites in the physical world So we collect data from the driver system and then send it to the AI system to turn that into insight. And we focus on the automation of the processing process.
This is what we called e-factory. E-factory was proposed in 2013 by Mitsubishi Electric. So basically, this is a solution at the shop floor. And you can see that at the bottom layer, it is the manufacturing layer. Basically, it collects intelligence at the shop floor and send the intelligence to send it to the edge, and then it is then sent to the IT layer. So about the edge computing layer, so you can see that at the bottom here, it shows all the equipment at the shop floor, and it collects the data and sends it to the edge cross platform. This is a software platform, edge cross platform. And at edge cross platform, it analyzes all the data before it sends the data to the IT layer. At the shop floor, there will be equipment from, for example, Mitsubishi Electric, as well as from other companies. All of these data can be sent to edge computing layer, and then it is here that the data is analyzed before it is sent to the IT layer. Now I want to share with you some functions or some features. So we have simulation, we have activation, rate monitoring, we have inspection of tools. We also have connection with machines or robots. Here can be broken down into two parts. The first solution is for the shop floor, and then the second part is more targeted towards users. These are built upon smart manufacturing. So basically, we have engineering and design, production and manufacturing, etc. So when it comes to production planning, engineering, here we have an e-factory alliance. We have 1,000 partners, including IBM. So I want to introduce a software used at the e-factory alliance. So for instance, this company uses this software to offer virtual adaptation. And then they use CAD to modularize and standardize the engineering process. So basically, you see how virtual engineering is used to improve the efficiency of engineering. Then at the production and execution step, here we have AI solutions and solutions for machining as well. Before machining, we conduct inspection. For instance, we read the modules of the machines and we inspect the machines. So before actual execution, before actual manufacturing, we try to inspect whether there is a collision between equipment or machines. So here you see that in the simulation, you see the green part. And then in the middle, you see the red part. The red means that collision happens during simulation. So we can simply tell whether or not collision happens from the colors. And then on the right-hand side, you see a workpiece simulation. We also have 3D simulation to visualize workpieces. So you know what the appearance is like. We inspect the workpieces. And then we have a connection solution for robots. In the past, you need many IOC connection. You also have to learn PLC. And then on the robot side, you need the hatching box. And our solution M800 actually spares you all these trouble. Basically, it runs a G code and it simulates for you. I want to introduce you to useful AI programs. We know that for machine tools, there are many server motors and shaft or motors. And because of that, the precision may fluctuate. Well, the level of fluctuation varies, but nonetheless, it affects the precision of the machine tools. And we actually pre-install thermal sensors, and we monitor the thermal displacement by using AI. And then after using algorithm, we are able to do thermal displacement compensation for our machine tools. Let me show you one video clip. Moving on to another AI solution useful to users, and that is a cutter or tool attrition diagnosis. So we know that when the cutters cut, well, basically your shaft motors, of course, shoulders the load or payload. So basically, when we detect something abnormal, we are going to send an alert to you. So for instance, the tool or the blade breaks, or for example, when there is attrition with your tools, we're going to alert you immediately. Let me show you another clip.
本视频将向您演示由30电机 FA 应用程序包 IQ ものづくり加工机刀具磨损诊断的磨损预测功能，而实现刀具更换的最优化。本产品通过搭载于如画面所示的 CNC 机床，进行切削加工诊断的演示。通过灵活运用切削中的 AIoT 数据，准确掌握刀具的老化状况，实现刀具费用的降低，并助力于产品质量改善。 接下来，我们将演示由本程序包导入后的诊断系统进行刀具老化预测和加工异常检测。至今为止的变种变量生产中，很难掌握刀具切削的负荷，因此刀具更换时参考积累下来的经验，定期实施。此外，刀具锋锐度和老化速度也存在个体差异，无法准确判断刀具的实际寿命，导致定期更换频率增加，对加工成本影响巨大。并且，由于在无法正确掌握刀具磨损的状态下实施定期更换，产生了未老化刀具更换的浪费。接下来进行刀具老化预测演示，请观看磨损的进展情况。先收集诊断所需的加工数据，根据加工结束后所收集的数据自动更新特征量的趋势。从趋势的倾向中预测该刀具的老化程度，显示在彻底钝化前剩余的可加工次数。并且为了方便刀具更换，设置注意、警报2个阶段进行提醒。通过这种方式明确刀具更换的最佳时机，在刀具彻底钝化前进行更换，从而避免浪费。如此，与从前的刀具更换进行对比，可使用次数提高了1.7倍，大幅降低了刀具费用。下一步进行加工异常检测演示。在针对不锈钢工件的沟槽加工时，刀具容易发生折损。如刀具发生折损，加工趋势数据会发生明显变化，因此能够实时检测出加工异常。当检测出刀具折损导致的切削扭矩异常时，通过发出警报信息，并向外部连接输出，发出异常信号，防止不良品的流出。
好，经过这个2个 AI 有。
Moving on to maintenance. I want to introduce you how we collect data, how we monitor the activation rate, and how we do maintenance remotely. We have a high-speed data collector. And basically, it can collect your NC data, your servo main chip data, and it can send the data to the edge very rapidly. And this is used to detect any anomaly and in inspection. At edge computing, basically it supports not only Mitsubishi's equipment or machines, it also supports many different interfaces such as MT connector, SOMT, and OPC UA. Moving on to activation rate monitoring, we have NC Machine Tool Optimizer. This is a software of ours. This software can collect the data from Mitsubishi machining equipment, as well as from the equipment of other companies. And it sends all the data to Edge Cross. Later on, our speaker will, Mr. Masaki Tokunaka will talk about Edge Cross more later. But basically, after collecting the data, we're able to analyze the data and optimize the entire process at the shop floor. NC Machine Tool Optimizer doesn't only support CNC data, it also supports other FA equipment. In addition to CNC, it also supports PLC, and robots. So it can visualize all data at the shop floor, and it can analyze the activation rate of your shop floor. And here I want to show you another video clip in terms of how we use this in the shop floor. This is at a factory in Nagoya. So here you see that on this dashboard you see everything. So everything is visualized. And all machines' activation rate is shown here. You see the machining time. You can also see that timely, and it generates reports as well. And then I want to talk about a solution on remote maintenance. We know that 80% of the machine tools in Taiwan is exported. If there's anything wrong with the machine tools, do you fly to that country to do the maintenance? Well, actually, you can do that remotely. So Mitsubishi offers this solution. So actually, just go on our Remote for You platform, and then on that we do diagnosis and maintenance remotely for our clients. Actually, not only Mitsubishi clients use this, actually machine tools users can use this platform to help them do diagnosis for their clients. And you just need to get a permit from Mitsubishi platform, and you have access to this cloud service. So basically, the machine tool manufacturers can make use of this cloud platform to do remote maintenance. And because of that, the number of engineers can be reduced by 20%, and the number of time spending on answering on the phones with your clients is reduced by 70%. So here you see unified, update, and universal, and useful. So we have all these elements. We not only offer remote diagnosis at Mitsubishi, we are constantly expanding. We have been expanding since 1974. As of today, we have set up many service centers across 93 countries and regions. Now I would like to talk about some of the applications that we have here in Taiwan. Recently, we have an MIH platform that's for electric vehicles. And people said that, well, it is the software that's going to determine the future. And people now are seeing the value of this software. For instance, AI Link uses AI to have this network adaptation, and it also incorporates many new features traditionally not seen in controllers. And HeartRoll Plus uses facial recognition technology. In addition to hardware innovation, Machine tool manufacturers are also developing software as well. So we look forward to future development. And in addition to the support that we offer to our clients, we provide the best-in-class products and services for our clients. We want to be the best partner for your success. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
温部长的分享，谢谢您。
Thank you, Mr. Wen, for your sharing. Our last speaker for the session is Martin Weitenen, Head of Digital Shop Floor at Haiteng. Martin has an extensive background in the fields of digitalization and process automation. He joined Haiteng as Head of Digital Shop Floor, and his presentation will be given in pre-recorded video.
大家好 and welcome to my talk today on the Heidenhain Digital Shop Floor. Before we start, let me thank you very much for the chance to present to you today the Heidenhain Digital Shop Floor. This is much appreciated. My name is Martin Weitenen. I've been with Heidenhain for almost 2 years now, and I'm the head of a new business unit, the Digital Shop Floor business unit, that I want to talk to you about today. But before we talk about the Heidenhain Digital Shop Floor, let's take a step back and have a look. How do you know Heidenhain? Heidenhain, you know, as a supplier of world-class equipment, measurement equipment, and CNC controls. So Heidenhain, you know, we provide everything you need to build a machine tool. But Heidenhain can also do more now. We have the Heidenhain Digital Shop Floor, which is a new business unit and also a new market that we are developing into. This is the end user market. The vision with the Heidenhain Digital Shop Floor is to take the manufacturing in the workshops to the next level by seamless digital integration and process automation. And in my talk today, I will show you the vision of Heidenhain that we have to take manufacturing to the next level. And I will show you several products that we have, that we are developing, to give you an idea on what we are doing now and what you can expect from us in the future. So, you see, we have a workshop on the screen. And this workshop we want to take to the next level. And how better to explain what we are doing than through the eyes of our customers. So let me introduce to you 3 of our customers who work in the workshop. First, we have Mr. Huta. Mr. Huta is a workshop manager, so he's the boss of the workshop. And his goal in the end is, well, to produce parts, milled and turned parts, and at the end of the year to make money. And we want to help him do that. He has several employees. One is the manufacturing engineer. And the third one is the manufacturing worker. So, you know, in the past, Heidenhain, we went along with the shop floor integrated machining. So we want to support the people in the shop floor to machine the parts in an optimal way. So let's see what those people are doing in the workshop. So we have at first the workshop manager. The manager is the most important one for the business. Okay, he's the most important one because he's the boss, and also because he's responsible for quotation and for getting the orders in the workshop. And quotation, as you may know, is not an easy thing to do. Quotation, if your price is too low, it's not good for you because you lose money. If the price is too high, then it's not good for you because you don't get the order. So his job is very important in the business of earnings at the end of the year. He also has to plan resources. How many machines do I need? How many employees do I need? What material do I need? Which tools do I need? What software do I need? So he's responsible to keep the workshop going. And then we have the manufacturing engineer in the upper right corner. And he's responsible for the preparation of all orders in the workshop. So basically, his boss gives him a huge number of orders he has to work on, he has to produce. And he has to plan those orders, he has to prepare those orders, he has to do the programming, maybe he's using a CAD/CAM system. And he's preparing everything for the machine worker. And now the task that I think we know the most about, it's the machining of the parts. And as you know, you're also in the control business. Machining, it's tricky. Huh? It's not very easy. We have very, very good tools on that, but you also have to have professionals to get the best quality for your parts. So all of those, they are working in the workshop. And okay, in the end, who is successful in the workshop? If they are working as a team. And they want to work as a team, but is it really, really possible in a very efficient way at the moment? When we see end users, when we see end user workshops, and I think it's the same for you, when you see end user workshops, they want to go along the optimization of their processes, but in the end it's very hard to do. So today we have missing links between those business processes. So the workshop manager has some orders, he calculates, he quotes. The workshop engineer, the manufacturing engineer, maybe, well, he's not so sure how long those orders will take, right? So what is the machining time? This is in the end the question. Because machining time, well, the price depends on machining time, and the order planning depends on machining time, and of course the machining depends on machining time. So we have no strong links between those business processes now. There are several software solutions that also you provide, but those software solutions, they are great for some workshops, but most of the workshops that we see, it's not easy to integrate the solutions. So let's see what Heidenhain wants to do about that. Again, our vision is not to provide products for every single thing they are doing. Our vision is to optimize the efficiency of the workshop by seamless integration of the processes. And also, of course, I think there's a mega trend we are all working on, the process automation. So now let's dive a little deeper into details on the workshop. So let's have a look on the workshop manager and on the manufacturing engineer. So as I told you, the workshop manager has the task of quoting the orders. So he has a stack of orders. Of course, he won all the orders because he has nice machines and is highly experienced. And now the manufacturing engineer has the task of planning those orders. So what to do, how to get the perfect quote and the perfect planning. Heidenhain solution for this is our digital twin. The digital twin at Heidenhain, it's basically a perfect simulation of your machine, of the dynamics of the machine in a Heidenhain programming station. So the Heidenhain programming station is like the perfect simulation of the real machine. So what do you do when you want to quote something? You just check how long is the machining time on the Heidenhain programming station, and then you transfer to the quote. You don't need any machines for that. Also, the manufacturing engineer, he profits from the Heidenhain digital twin because he knows that the machining time that his boss gave gave him is the right one, you know? He knows how to plan those orders, and just in a moment I will show you also how he can plan the orders in a very simple and efficient way. So the goals of the Heidenhain digital twin are, we want to have realistic simulations of the machine program. We want to reduce time need, and the reduction of the time need is very, very important in terms when we talk about the digital twin, because you only have so many machines, right? You don't have 50 machines, you just need 20, but 30 machines you have for simulations or programming. And with a Heidenhain digital twin, you can really be sure that when you write a program, when you test a program, it's like the perfect simulation of the finished part in the end. So now the workshop manager and the manufacturing engineer, they can work together quite nicely. All right, so we also have a product which is the maintenance manager. I will not go into detail about that now. You can find a lot of information on that on the Heidenhain website. All right, so, but we have a third person in the workshop, right? We have the manufacturing worker. And the manufacturing worker now has the task of processing all those orders, right? He has to manufacture all those parts, he has to mill them, he has to turn them, he has to finish them. He also needs to be concerned about the quality of the parts. So, what can we do to support the collaboration between those two guys? So for this issue, we have the Heidenhain Job Manager. And the Heidenhain Job Manager is the perfect tool for the manufacturing engineer and the manufacturing worker to synchronize the orders. So with the Heidenhain Job Manager, you have a very, very easy way of planning the orders and to see what's going on in your workshop. You just have orders, you just upload them to your system, then you plan them, and then you send the orders and also the orders for the single machines to the machines where the manufacturing worker can just take an order and start the milling or turning process. But why is that so easy? Why can't he just press on the green button and start the machine? Okay, it's because we have the Heidenhain digital twin. The manufacturing worker can be sure that the program he gets, it's a perfect one. You know, it's right for the dimensions of the machine. It's right for the dynamics of the machine. He does not have any collisions. And accompanying the digital twin, there are many, many software options also from Heidenhain, which help the people, the end users, to have a perfect machining experience. So again, we came one step closer to our vision of taking manufacturing to the next level. Now let's have a look on the next building block on the Heidenhain vision. And I will explain that to you when I talk about the manufacturing worker link to his boss. You know, this is very important for the manufacturing worker. He wants to do good work. Now he has everything he needs. He has perfectly planned orders. He has perfect programs. And now he wants to show his boss that he's working very nicely. So for this, we have the Heidenhain State Monitor. The Heidenhain State Monitor, it's a product that we've been selling for the past 3 or 4 years. Heidenhain State Monitor gives the workshop manager the perfect possibility to see what's going on in his workshop. So he has a link from the machine worker to the manufacturing engineer to himself. He can see what's going on with his machines. And of course, the manufacturing worker, he doesn't want to work 24 hours a day. Maybe you have shifts where you don't have anyone in the workshop. And so what you need for that, I told you already before, you need a great automation solution. And with the Heidenhain PNC, the peripheral numerical control, you have a very nice way of automating your system. But see for yourself in the next video. Okay, so now we've made a link between the workshop manager, between the manufacturing engineer, and between the manufacturing worker. This is just a glimpse on the products that we have, but I think they help you to understand Heidenhain's vision on the digital shop floor and how we want to take the manufacturing to the next level. So, we have great products in the Heidenhain digital shop floor, but well, I can tell you anything you want to hear, right? Let's hear from a customer what they have to say about our products.
Ich mag Motoren, ich mag Maschinen. Ich weiß es nicht, was das ist. Es treibt mich so. 2007 bin ich zu NAFO gekommen und ich bin Inhaber jetzt seit 2,5 Jahren. Den State Monitor haben wir seit circa 6 Monaten in Einsatz und wir waren die ersten in Tschechien. Wir haben von der ältesten Maquinara bis zu der SAMAC alle Maschinen angeschlossen. Wir beliefern mit unseren Werkzeugen die Hauptzulieferer den meisten Automobilhersteller, die aus Europa stammen. Für BMW, Audi, VW, also für die Großen, für Skoda. Als Eigentümer, egal wo sie sind, egal wann, sie sehen, was mit ihrem Maschinenpark passiert. Ob die Maschinen laufen und wie sie laufen. Und das ist unheimlich wichtig. Ja. Sie haben alles unter Kontrolle. Darüber träumt jeder Eigentümer. Wie wichtig ist für uns die Digitalisierung? Das ist es in dieser Vision, dass die Leute weniger Arbeit haben, ja, aber trotzdem produktiv sind. Der State Monitor gibt mir die Sicherheit, dass die Maschinen laufen. Und das ist unglaublich wichtig für mich.
Okay, you see, our customers are very satisfied with our solutions. As I said, they are just a building block in getting on the next level of manufacturing. In my talk today, I have shown you the vision of Heidenhain on the digital shop floor and how we can help small workshops. Maybe they just have 5 employees, maybe they have just 3 machines, but still, all of them have the same issues. The world is going on, it's changing. You have to keep costs down, you have to keep manpower down to produce the best parts. And also, with the current situation, we have very nice tools that help you to go with shifts where you don't have anybody in the workshop. You have perfect planning, so you have a perfect 360-degree view on your workshop. Okay, so with that, I would like to thank you very much again for the chance to talk at this council. And now we go to your questions. So this is a very interesting question, a question that we think a lot about. Of course, Heidenhain will have a strategy for the next few years. The COVID situation was very I think for everybody of us, the situation is not very easy. So we focused more on digital marketing activities and digital sales activities. And we focused very much also on the digital shop floor activities. So for the digital shop floor, I've shown you the vision and the way we are going forward to the end user. And yeah, you can be surprised on what we have in stock for you. The Heidenhain digital shop floor portfolio, we have very, very strong arguments, especially for the Taiwan market. Because digitalization, it's a key figure when you want to sell machines and when you want to go into the future and when you want to upgrade, so to say, the workshops to deal with future needs. And with this, Heidenhain has quite nice products. I showed you a few products on digitalization at Heidenhain to support the shop floor machining. Not only the products I showed you now, but we have many more products like Batch Process Manager. I've showed you the digital twin, and all those products will help the workshops to get to a bright future. And for Taiwan, I think this is also very strong because also in Taiwan, digitalization is a mega trend, and we can work together to help the workshops get even stronger. To sell machines and when you want to go into the future and when you want to upgrade, so to say, the workshops to deal with future needs. And with this, Heidenhain has quite nice products. I showed you a few products on digitalization at Heidenhain to support the shop floor machining. Not only the products I showed you now, but we have many more products like Batch Process Manager. I've showed you the digital twin, and all those products will help the workshops to get to a bright future. And for Taiwan, I think this is also very strong because also in Taiwan, digitalization is a mega trend, and we can work together to help the workshops get even stronger.
Thank you, Mr. Martin Wignan from Heidenhain in Germany. It is a privilege for us to have 4 major players in the controller sector sharing with us today, allowing us to have a better understanding of digital transformation and smart manufacturing. This is the end of the second session, and we will take a 10-minute break. And the next session will begin in 3:40. See you later.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Masaki Tokunaga, Chief Secretary of Edge Cross Consortium. It's my honor. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Masaki Tokunaga, Chief Secretary of Edge Cross Consortium.
OK， 各位现场及线上的贵宾朋友们，大家好。
Dear friends online and on-site, welcome back to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit, the afternoon session. The next session will start in a minute. Please stay tuned. Dear friends on site and online, good afternoon. Welcome back to the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. We will now move on to the last forum today on co-creating future of machine intelligence and AIoT. In this session, 4 experts in different fields are invited to talk about industrial communications, cloud, and 5G. Please allow me to introduce our speakers for this session. First of all, Dr. Zhi Kechue, Vice President of Information and Communications Research Laboratories at ITRI. Mr. Peter Hu, General Manager of Solutions and Technical Unit at Microsoft Startup Accelerator, Microsoft Taiwan. Also, the moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Owen Lin, consultant at Business Today. In addition, we also have Mr. Masaki Tokunaga, Chief Secretary of H-Cross Consortium, share with us. Due to the pandemic, he will share with us via a pre-recorded video. First of all, we would like to play the video recorded by Mr. Masaki Tokunaga. H-Cross Consortium is a non-profit organization. It was founded in 2017, and since its establishment, more than 350 companies have joined the consortium, and it has released many products and solutions. So without further ado, let us watch a video.
My name is Masaki Tokunaga, Chief Secretary of H-Cross Consortium. It's my honor to be invited at TIMTOS 2021 Summit. Today, I'd like to introduce H-Cross Consortium as a smart factory platform. I hope my presentation will give useful idea for your business. H-Cross Consortium was established in November 2017 in order to support a policy of Japan's government, Society 5.0, which is to build a human-centric society balancing of both economy development and resolution of social issues using the latest information technologies. For example, in Japan, birth rate is lowering and population is aging. As a result, labor force population is being reduced for some years. And recent COVID-19 disease is generating demands of remote work and remote operations. while keeping productivities and quality. In order to resolve those issues, we should use the latest technologies such as robotics and AI to replace low-value works and to carry out remote operations. And to do so, it is very important to connect IT and OT via data. H-Cross Consortium was established to realize easy data utilization between OT and IT. However, in fact, companies strong in IT is not so strong in OT, and in vice versa, companies strong in OT is not strong in IT, because IT and OT have been grown up independently. As a result, they are isolated. Another reason, since customers' requirements are diversified, and in order to choose the best solution from vendors, multi-vendor system is preferred. However, vendors are competitors each other. It is tough to make a system where data is commonly used. So what I like to say is we need collaborations between IT and OT vendors while keeping competition between vendors. Keyword is collaborations and competitions. Our consortium is formed with many IT vendors and OT vendors. They are competitors each other, but they are also collaborating to build a platform at edge computing layer. This platform is H-Cross. Here is 7 board member companies at our consortium. Some of them are IT vendors and some of them are OT. They are collaborating to promote H-Cross. So this consortium is formed with the both IT and OT vendors to minimize the gap between them. Concept of H-Cross is connected, everywhere, and easy. All OT machines are connected to collect the data. At the factory floor, there are many kinds of machines, and they are from different vendors. But all of them can be connected to H-Cross. And collected data of machines are distributed to application systems located everywhere, maybe at on-premises or maybe at cloud system. So users can choose the best applications to solve their issues. Such systems can be built easily and effectively. So connected, everywhere, and easy is the concept of H-Cross. H-Cross Consortium is formed under the law of Japan, and this organization is classified as a non-profit organization. And our consortium is operated based on membership fee provided by our members. So we are not working for any particular company, but we are working for all our members and society. Objective is to promote H-Cross as a smart factory platform. More details, what we are doing are promotion of H-Cross platform with our member company solutions, discussing among our members how to enhance H-Cross specifications, certification test of our member company solutions. We operate a marketplace within Japan for online sales of H-Cross and member company solution, creating business opportunities for member companies and collaboration with other organizations and institutes. This is the organization chart of our consortium. we invited Mr. Atsushi Morita as representative director and Dr. Fumihiko Kimura, a professor at University of Tokyo, as our advisor. Under the representative director, there is board member meeting consisting of 7 companies. The board member meeting is to make all important decisions. There are 2 working groups of marketing and technical under the board meeting. Each group formed with consortium members. Myself belongs to Secretarial Office, where we execute all consortium activities approved by the board. Currently, about 350 companies join to our consortium. Many of them are Japanese, but there are also American, European, Taiwan, Chinese, etc. We welcome any organization to join our consortium to promote H-Cross. This is the system architecture of H-Cross. H-Cross platform is the layer marked number 1, which is the H-Cross basic software. This layer does not have many functions, but have basic functions for the applications to use data easily. And this platform has 3 interfaces for edge application, IT gateway, data collectors, marked as number 2, 3, and 4. Number 5 is hardware PC. Number 6 is external solutions, but cooperate with H-Cross system to enhance H-Cross solutions. Number 7 is system integration partners. Number 1 is supplied by consortium, and this is the collaboration layer for all members. Number 2 to 7 are supplied by our individual member, and they are competition portions. So H-Cross maintain collaborations and competitions. Already, many application and IT gateway software compatible to H-Cross are available from our members. There are software of analytics, visualization, dashboards, simulation, energy management, etc. So users can choose the best solution to solve their issues. Also, many kinds of network data collectors are available from our members. For example, Forecast as a FANUC CNC standard protocol is available from Sofix company. MT Connect as machine tool industry standard protocol is available from Mitsubishi, and OPC UN, EtherCAT, Ethernet IP, CC-Link, etc. are available from different vendors. So that any type of machine at OT layer can be connected to H-Cross. By the way, we also collaborated with Mitsubishi to exhibit a prototype of OPC UA Umati data collector at EMO 2019 in Europe. So we are trying to be compatible to all different machine tool protocols. Here, I'd like to introduce a referential example of H-Cross adoption. Yamaseki, a precision metal machine company located at Nagano, Japan. Number of employees at this company is 70 in Japan and 60 in Vietnam. So they are a mid-sized company. They manufacture precision metal parts for construction machine builders, agricultural machine builders, etc. Because of so many varieties of orders for short delivery. Keeping delivery schedule while maintaining proper profit is not so easy. So the president of this company decided to implement an IoT system to replace manual management, to realize accurate machine management and processing schedule. This company has different machine tools from different vendors. The machine at the left is a machine equipped with Mitsubishi CNC and is connected to H-Cross via MT Connect data collector. The center one is of Fanuc CNC and is connected to H-Cross via Focus data collector. The right one is a bit old, so even no Ethernet interface. So using a gateway to convert serial communication to OPC UA. As a result, data from all machines are collected to H-Cross. IS Pro is a production scheduling system developed by E. Yamasaki himself. IS Look is a machine operation management system also developed by E. Yamasaki. HMI software from another H-Cross member is adopted as an add-on system. For all of those, data from machines collected at H-Cross are distributed to them. And such system was built very easily. So our concept, connected, everywhere, and easy, is realized. Before implement this system, all information such as machine downtime, machine down cost, processing time, etc. are all recorded manually. But now they are all recorded automatically so that it is more accurate and eliminated misinput. The first goal of IoT should be visualization, and it is realized now. The next step would be analyzation of recorded data and study how to improve the situation using the data. In Japan, many manufacturers are encouraged to implement IoT systems to their production floor. However, also many of them are not sure how to do it. So we are requested to introduce implementation references. So we make reference videos as many as possible and to put them on our homepage. If you are interested, please have a time to look. As consortium activities, we have two working groups of marketing and technical. Marketing working group consists of members from about 60 companies. They gather and discuss how to promote H-Cross platform and also how to promote their own business through consortium activities. For example, we organize H-Cross Forum twice a year to invite about 400 industry users to introduce our activities, solutions, and references. We also organize workshops for our members. Large companies can organize seminars and workshops for their own staff by themselves, but small, medium companies may not be able to do so. We organize seminars by inviting specialists to update our member knowledge, or organize factory shop tour to study IoT references. Networking is the event to making matches among the members, arranging collaborations among them. Vertical solution working group is to make proposal for verticals. Currently, 2 working groups are under study for industries of metal machining and food industries. Technical working group consists of members from 30 companies. They gather and discuss more technical issues, including how H-class should be enhanced, what kinds of compatibility tests should be carried out, and making guidelines for how to keep security, etc. Due to COVID-19, our activities for outside of Japan is limited now, but we do some promotions in Taiwan. Currently, eight organizations, mainly of institute and academia, join to our consortium. For TIMTOS, we joined to the last one in 2019, and as far as we give any chance, we like to introduce H-class activities at exhibitions or forum. H-class may not be the best solution to Taiwan market yet, but we hope we can give some useful idea for smart factory. We are distributing our mail magazine to about 6,000 subscribers, including Taiwan. The mail magazine is also available in English and Chinese. So if you are interested, please register your address. We have partners in Taiwan. One is ITRI Machine Institute. We have MOU with them, and we hope to show an H-class demo set made by ITRI at TIMTOS this time. But unfortunately, physical TIMTOS is cancelled. We should look for the next chance. Another one is TIRI. They're trying to build a system to get data out from machine tools of Siemens CNC with OPC UA data collector developed by TIRI themselves. I hope I can introduce more details of such demo to Taiwan market after COVID-19. At last, we are always welcome any organization to join our consortium. There is member classes for charge and also member classes for free. And mail magazine is always free. We are hoping we can provide some smart factory idea to you. Thank you for your attention.
A big thank you to H-class Consortium for this video. The second speaker is Mr. Peter Hu, General Manager of Solutions and Technical Unit at Microsoft Startup Accelerator at Microsoft. Microsoft Cloud. Let's welcome Mr. Hu. Thank you for your time. Dr. Chue, Mr. Lin, distinguished guests, good afternoon. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you the latest trends in smart factories and smart manufacturing. I'm Peter Hu. Currently, I am working as the General Manager of Solutions and Technical Unit and Microsoft Startup Accelerator at Microsoft Taiwan. So I'm involved in planning the smart manufacturing roadmap. We all know that COVID-19 has impacted many industries. In Taiwan, we are living quite comfortably here. However, our manufacturing sector has been heavily impacted because it is export-oriented. You see that this IoT and this chips are in high demand. But you see that this year the TIMTOS, physical TIMTOS has been cancelled because of the pandemic. Foreigners cannot come in here. So COVID-19 really brings a lot of new problems, and the pandemic poses huge challenge to the precision industry here in Taiwan. But there's no way back. In the future, we may have this so-called new normal, and we have to get used to remote working. And the supply chain has been interrupted as well. Now we have to adapt to this new normal. And we have this so-called pop-up factories. So in response to this interruption, you need to be able to build up factories anytime, anywhere. So this is the new challenge brought by COVID-19. And we have seen some new trends in the manufacturing sector because of the pandemic. Probably now, well, there's no way you can find really cheap labor. We are talking about moving factories towards the Southeast Asian countries. That's right, but we have to ensure that we can improve the productivity of each employee. So we have to empower our workforce, and we have to reskill our employees. Right now, we have all these travel restrictions, so it is impossible for us to pay visit to clients. So how can we offer new experience for our clients under these circumstances? We have to engage customers in new ways. You have to take on large orders and small orders at the same time. Otherwise, the clients may leave you for someone else. In the past, it might be the seller's market because you have a lot of orders, but now it's no longer the case. Now we want to be able to meet the demand of this urgent order. And we have to create a more resilient supply chains as well. Well, we have seen that Germany wants to talk to or work to the government because the chips used in cars are in high demand there. We need to have agile development, research and development as well. You can outsource your workforce, but you cannot outsource your core competitiveness. Now we have seen advancement in IoT and 5G. So you need to keep your core capabilities in-house. You cannot outsource everything. This is the new normal we have after the pandemic. When it comes to digital transformation, at Microsoft, there are 4 major directions in terms of digital transformation. We have to attract clients. We have to empower our employees. We have to optimize our operation and process. We also have to improve our products, increase our gross margin. We have to improve our services as well. This is a cycle, and we have to constantly rethink. And it should be a number-driven decision-making or intelligence-driven decision making. So with data, we make informed decision. And with that, we reshape our process. So now it's subscription based. So it's something as a service, so to speak. So business model has been changed. Now we no longer just sell hardware. That's end of the transaction. No. This should be a constant process. And we even use our know-how to help you to predict your future demand. This is a new business model that we see in the market. And in terms of innovation, you see that we have an advancement in cloud technologies, in AI, in edge, and in all kinds of digitization. And I was just introducing one of these startups in digital trends in Taiwan. Well, basically, when it comes to digitization, you digitize everything here, digitize everything at the shop floor, and you use mixed reality. You try to allow people to get a sense of what really happens at the shop floor. And all of this should be real time. We need real-time coordination. We need cutting-edge technology to enable people to do that. So we have to constantly innovate. And there are 3 steps in digital transformation, or 3 phases. In the first stage, it's about connection. Some equipment, some facilities are not equipped with connectivity. For example, RS-232 or I/O port. But we have to change that. We have to enable the old equipment to be connected to the network. And then at the second stage, we make predictions. Before any tools break, we want to know in advance, because by the time the tools break, then there will be downtime, there will be waste, there will be cost. If we can lower the waste, lower the cost, then that's great. If we can save the cost by even 5%, then for us, that means you're able to increase your gross margin. And then the third stage is about cognition. So basically, you're aware of what's happening with your facilities. And IoT has been quite popular for a while. And now, with these new technologies, we can lower the overheads. And it's impossible for you to just buy a huge warehouse to store all the data there. No. But with cloud computing, you are able to solve the problems that you have.
The second cutting-edge technology that supports IoT is 5G. Well, in the past, we collected data from edges, but the amount is really limited. I started to collect images of defects. Well, the resolution is not high enough if I really want to see the detail precisely. But nowadays, with this new technology, it supports 2K and 4K graphics in high speed. I have access in high speed to see all the PCB defects, for example. So I can see the graphics really precisely, and then I can do things that was not possible in the past. So cloud computing plus 5G facilitates IoT, and also the cost for AI has been hugely reduced. So nowadays IoT are strategically even more important. So IoT is good, but with other supports, IoT becomes like a killer technology. So should we go ahead? Of course we should. But when we look at cost, well, some people think about how much I have to pay for an equipment and how many years should I go through before I recoup the cost. So I was talking about, we were working with Delta Electronics, and they spent like $300 billion per year, and about 5% is all spent on this. Well, if they can guarantee their profit margin, they do this, of course they will. So when it comes to top-down decision-making, it all relies on a company's vision as to whether they are going to do it. And it's like raising a child. Usually people use Intel CPU or AMD CPU. So the technologies are not so different. And before quantum computing comes out, things will not change much. Well, you have a 3-year-old child. Of course, it's not as strong as a 6-year child, and then a 10-year-old child. So you have to start earlier. And then adoption is another business model. Well, it might take too long if I want to give birth to a child and raise a child. Then I can just adopt a 12-year-old child. So this means that we can just adopt a relatively mature model and to help us to compete with our competitors. Well, our speaker from Japan was talking about a collaborative alliance. So when it comes to connectivity, this comes an issue. In the past, the OT world was really closed. There was no need for connectivity. Well, all you need to do is plug your machine into the electric socket, and then it's not so important to connect all the machines together, and then you start to collect data, and what language should the data be in? So standard becomes an issue. So open manufacturer platform, OMP, is an important issue, and it was raised 2 years ago by BMW and Microsoft. This was a new initiative 2 years ago at the Hanoi Expo. So nowadays, a lot of people in the IT consultancy sector are talking about this. So there are 3 issues to be solved. First, you want to connect all the machines together. You want to them to speak the same language. It's difficult. And you need a clear structure as a reference so that we know how we can interface with each other. And open source is very important. You want to communicate with me? I want a complete transparency of you. I want to know what you're thinking. So this is going to be a new trend, a big trend in the world. And I would like to, we are all working with Delta Electronics to EMP, and people, it's really popular among the media, for example. Business Today has made a report on it. So actually, we started working about 2 years ago, starting with AI. So what is the issue they face? They are good at making devices, but now they are encountered with COVID-19 and also stronger competitors, and their gross margin is dropping. So how can they have enough gross margin to support the company and to look for new opportunities? So we are helping them to explore business model transformation. For example, I was working with their R&D team. So I said, you're selling so many IoT-empowered devices. You make a lot of money. How many of your big customers are able to open your big data black box and to use the insight? Well, and they cannot think of many. Well, actually, at Microsoft, we face the same situation because you don't meet a data scientist or hire a data scientist every day. So if you don't have the capability to use the data, then why should you buy so many data-driven IoT devices? So I tell people at Delta, you sell so many IoT devices, and I can work for you on data analysis. So we're using this know-how to open up new business models, and we're also helping Delta to build their software team, because you're working on this, you need new technologies, you should think like a software company. So this is the value we have been contributing to them. So Delta is also good at making ventilators and fans. So they have their management systems for ventilators and fans, and they put these systems on the cloud to become cloud services. And at Microsoft, we're helping them to sell these cloud solutions or cloud services. So they are working like a software company now to sell air conditioning management services. And we are also talking about another example of Far Eastern company, which is a telecom carrier in Taiwan. So people are now talking about 5G, and some people think that I just need a 5G device and I can have a private network of 5G. No, it's not that simple. We are good at server in Taiwan, but 5G technologies are still lacking here. So, for example, when you walk along the corridor and at the corner, the signal is going to be weaker, and that we still need a solution for that. So what we need is IT plus OT plus CT, that is communication technologies. So we have to combine the three technologies. That is why we have invited Far Eastern Telecom to be our partners. So we have worked on the oldest factory of Delta. Of course, they have a lot of new factories in Thailand, in China, but we have been focusing on their oldest factories, using AI to calibrate its robotic arms there, and to use AI to empower their 5G technologies. And we have a showcase of our achievements. So this is not a dream. Everything, all the technologies are ready, but you need a top-down strategy. You know what your KPIs are, and also whether you have partners, and build up your own technologies by working with a partner. What has this to do with cloud? All these are not possible if there is no cloud. So in our current manufacturing systems, was anything started like a turnkey project? No. The factory operators buy one product here and another product there. So these products are not integrated. And then you find another vendor asking them to help you to integrate all these products. Nobody can do that. So if you cannot connect all these data, there's no know-how, there's no AI, there's no Industry 4.0. You cannot even achieve Industry 3.0 or 3.5. Now you have solved the issue of connectivity, but you cannot integrate the data. Then there's no point. You cannot have any insight. So we have IoT from transaction, from social. You need to have knowledge about your customers, and we have to connect all the things, all the elements together to create a model of connectivity. So we have been talking with bigger manufacturing customers to come up with a data model. So we are in grave we all have a great need for data. So through IoT devices, we have images of defect, and we want to increase the yields. If you want to increase 1% of yields, well, it's not as simple as just the figure shows. You want data from your plants in China, your plants in Thailand, and you have built a model to improve your yields, then how can you dispatch this model to your factories in other countries? So sometimes the newer versions are not better. Then you have to go back to the older version to make revisions. So you have data, you have distributed factories, but you cannot have distributed data. And of course, this is disruptive to older design of factories. They had no design. They just think of feeding in the materials and then shipping the end product. They never thought that they had to capture images and to rely on cloud computing. So they are thinking about, I haven't started production and I have to spend so much money on cloud computing, for example. So a lot of cloud service companies have invested a lot of resources in R&D. And at Microsoft, we see the possibility of 5G plus AIoT, and we have seen the technical architect behind all these technologies. So we go into the world of operation technologies. There are different points to be connected. And then we need an overarching architecture that is the cleansing of data. This involves storage of data and analysis of data. So the results are going to be fed into the on-site operators and other members of the factories. And we also need the data for AI analysis. So this is a framework of the model about the IC plus OT and CD I was talking about. With IT support, we can connect all the fragmented elements in OT. Through communication, we can accelerate the centralization and collection of data. So based on our experience with real workshop, we think that this is a good model, it's the right model. So digital twin is a right way to go, it's a good way to go. So there are various translations for this English word, digital twin, in Chinese, but you get the idea. So it is to digitalize a physical environment so that senior executives can have a clear picture of what is going on and make good decisions. So a lot of people think that, oh, I'll just buy a virtual goggle, a virtual glasses for all this. Well, actually, you're oversimplifying things. You see mixed realities. Well, there are a lot of devices, and a lot of Chinese vendors are capable of manufacturing these devices. So what matters is what you want to show people through these virtual devices, VR devices. So the technology, the know-how matters, and you need a lot of developers working on this. So we were talking about common data platform to AIoT architecture, and then data has been centralized through some processing. We can turn this into a 3D or 4D virtualization combined with real-time data through modeling and rendering. You get to see visualized and meaningful things. So if decision makers can sense what is happening on site more quickly, then of course your factory will be more agile and you can reduce your cost and time to market.
So you see that there are still many gaps here that have to be filled. So basically all of these are the gaps. So for instance, product as a service, future factory, etc. Factory of the future and intelligent supply chain. And I think we should work together with partners here because actually software plays a very important role here. Where do we start? Don't start from a POC or end with a POC. Well, when it comes to POC, you have to ask yourselves these questions. Why are we doing this? Why are we introducing this? It's not for fun, right? And to what extent should we do this? What are our KPIs? Who are we? Who is managing this? Who is using this? And how are we going to do this? What is our business model? We have to think all these questions through before we start. And you see that people have different answers to all these questions. There are some misconceptions. Some people think that if you have data, then you are doing AI. But actually, AI is much more complicated. And some people want to store everything on the premises. But you should know that you're going to have a huge amount of data. And then some people want to do everything in-house. But as time goes by, you realize that you're going to have a heavy burden. Actually, over 80% of the manufacturing companies in Taiwan in the world are using Microsoft solutions. And many companies are partnering with Microsoft. They're using our cloud solutions. When it comes to cloud, well, what is that? Well, the most difficult part is the middle tier. How can we connect there's over 70 data centers in the world and offer consistent services? That is the challenge. How can we offer IoT-related services? In the near future, we're going to have a data center in Taiwan that will be the 66th Microsoft data center. Well, actually, this happened last year, and it was covered by the media. So now your data can be stored in Taiwan. So the government fully supports this, and you no longer have to worry about latency. If you store it in Japan, then the latency will be longer. Now we're able to shorten the latency. In addition to cloud technologies, I would like to highlight that it's not just about the hardware. It's not just about hardware connection. When we work with major companies, we try to deepen our collaboration. We want to build a cloud computing governance model. We want to help them to build their own data model. At the same time, their R&D teams have to change with time. In the past, it focused on hardware, but now they have to develop cloud-based services, which is completely different from what they used to do. We know that the apps that we use on our phones have updates every 28 days on average. You see how fast it is updating. And there's no guideline for this. So how can we help the manufacturing sector to do this? Well, only Microsoft can help you do that. Microsoft has been working with companies in Taiwan for 30 years. Microsoft focused on software development in the past, and now we also focus on cloud. And we are more than happy to work with our partners. Now we should have a cloud-oriented mindset when we provide services for our clients. And this is something that we are working on along with our partners here in Taiwan. We also identify several challenges here. When it comes to IoT, there are risks. There are risks with, for example, the GDPR in the European Union. There's also the risks with security. And there are many terms here, and some are new concepts. People are thinking, can we really connect our existing or old equipment with new technologies? Can we make the right decisions with the help of technologies? Do we want to develop the technologies on our own? Do we have to adjust the skills or reskill our employees or our teams? When it comes to smart factories, leaders are learning every day. And if you are not fast enough to catch up with the leaders, then it's impossible for you to compete with them in the future. I only have so much time today. If you are interested in knowing more, we actually have a lot of materials on our website. The transformation of the manufacturing sector involves different disciplines, and it is cross disciplines, cross nations, and cross generations. It requires long-term efforts. It cannot be achieved by any single team alone. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Please take your seat. Later, we will invite you to join us in the panel discussion. The third speaker for the session is Dr. Zhike Jue, Vice President of Information and Communications Research Laboratories at ITRI. Dr. Jue has conducted extensive research on system software, network infrastructure, and cybersecurity. He has published over 250 technical papers and received many outstanding paper awards. Today, Dr. Jue is going to talk about low-latency manufacturing applications using 5G technology. Let's welcome Dr. Jue. Thank you. A lot of speakers already mentioned 5G. And we have been promoting and developing 5G in Taiwan. So today I want to talk about 5G applications, in particular low latency 5G applications, because this is most relevant in the manufacturing sector. So let's first take a look at 5G employment. 2020 marked the first year, and you see that many countries are developing 5G, and China is especially fast in the deployment. There are three key factors in 5G: high throughput, lower latency, and massive connectivity. And low latency is especially important. I will talk about the details later. Here we have a sub-gigahertz. That's the first generation 5G. And the US started with the millimeter wave. That's the second generation. What are our opportunities? Well, I think there are several opportunities that we have here in Taiwan. We have had a patent in this field. So intensive participation in 5G standards, that's the first thing. The second thing is hardware components. For instance, high-frequency PCB, RFIC, and antenna array. And then, in addition, we also have, for example, this a small cell base station, and also smartphone SoC. Smartphone SoC has been quite important here. In addition, there's private 5G communication system or private network. It's probably not built by any single carrier alone. Well, some companies are thinking about building their own private network. Why? Because we have seen that 5G is incorporating IT heavily. And then another opportunity that we have is applications. Well, most of the opportunities are in applications. So we have been developing 5G for a while. What are the killer 5G applications? What is something that can only be done via 5G? I have been to over 400 seminars. And if you ask me, I would say that very, very few applications can only be achieved or only be developed with 5G. It cannot be done with 4G. No, that's very rare. In addition, the really compelling one is the one that requires low latency. So for instance, event streaming, one-way event streaming. And then there is the 1.5 way, that's how I call it. That is, for example, the live streaming of live events, such as concerts or sports games. For instance, for example, when you watch a baseball game, perhaps you can wear some goggles. So even if you are sitting at this seat in the back, through these goggles, then you have the same experience as the audience sitting on the front row. And this is enabled by 5G communications. And the most important application will be two-way application. In particular, two-way interaction. I highlight the importance of high frequency and low latency, although these two are not equivalent. I think everyone agrees that cloud gaming will be the application where 5G is required. Right now, with 5G, probably the data is streamed to the cloud. So when you play video games, this data will be sent to the cloud, and they do the computing in the cloud, and then it will be then fed back. So in video games, what we mean by low latency is 30 milliseconds. It should be less than 30 milliseconds. This is the acceptable latency. And in order to achieve that, you need wireless and wired communication. And we should have shorter server processing delay. So basically, wireless and wired communication latency plus server processing delay plus video encoding decoding delay, altogether it should be less than 30 milliseconds. That's the acceptable level of end-to-end latency. And wireless communication takes up a smaller proportion here. And here are the compelling applications. And basically, they all have something to do with teleoperation. For instance, telesurgery. It's a bit like the Da Vinci surgery. But, basically you wear a goggles, you wear a display device, and you conduct surgeries. But for Da Vinci surgery, doctors are in the same room with the patient. But for telesurgery, the doctors are in another place. And online computer game playing is another teleoperation. And another example is drone. When you maneuver the drone, then this is actually enabled by 5G technology.
So as you maneuver this drone, it feels like you're sitting in this drone, having a first-person view. So you're going to have a feedback from the drone, and as you see the feedback from the drone, you are going to take an action to make a response. For example, if it's going to bump into something, of course, you will try to take an action to dodge it. And of course, the latency will have to be really, really low for you to successfully achieve that. As for the telesurgery, the same thing happens between the doctor and the patients. And also remote driving. Already we are having autonomous driving. Of course, it's automatic, but sometimes you still need someone to go there to drive the car back, or you need a remote control center to drive the car back. I was talking about drones. Some of them are for fun, but when it comes to real-world application to be useful, the most important use is overbridge inspection to inspect, for example, high-speed railway. And also the Taipei company has been using it. So in the past, you need to send a real staff member out at night because during the day there are trains running through. And now you just draw an image like this and you pinpoint several spots where the drone will visit. So the drone acts like a flying camera, and it flies around along the railway, and it can keep a distance of 30 meters away from the rail, and it can give you very precise pictures showing you whether there's any problem with the iron of the rail, for example, and it can also go under the bridge, below the rail. Well, what's so special about it compared with overbridge inspection? Because there's no GPS under the bridge. There's no GPS signal. So without GPS to help you to navigate the drone, it's actually a really good, a big improvement. And this is what we have been promoting as a 5G application. This is drone racing context. So teleoperation is about moving a place in place B when you are in place A. And drones are the fastest moving object that can be remotely operated in the world. And this will be very important for 5G applications. Well, last year in December, we organized the first 5G-based drone racing context. So the communication between the player and the drone are connected through 5G, and we have added the element of MR, mixed reality, and AR. For example, if you see a box as you play and you can hit it with your drone, you gain extra points. So actually, drone racing context is now a business, and in 2014, it will become a major part of gaming context. Cloud gaming, like I said, is what people have been pursuing when it comes to 5G applications. Well, nowadays you have desktop games and mobile phone games. Usually you download games onto your device. But now, when it comes to cloud gaming, the games are actually stored in the cloud, and your mobile phone is a very thin client. You don't have to download a lot of things to play this game. So a lot of companies, Microsoft, Google, Nvidia, Amazon, are involved in this. They have been providing similar services in this area. So the 30 milliseconds of latency is very important. You are playing a game stored in the cloud, and the interaction between you and that cloud should be done in less than 30 milliseconds. And there are some famous companies, Hatch from Finland and Rethinking from China, are all working on smartphone streaming game services. So you have smart games on cloud or on the edge, then why don't you simply upload all of your apps, mobile phone apps, onto the cloud? So you no longer need to download anything onto your devices. So you like this game, you just tap and you can start playing. You don't need to download it. And the executed or the processed results will be streamed to your device from the cloud. So this is what we call a virtual mobility infrastructure. So all the apps are on the cloud. So as you see from the graphics, previously we need to download all the apps onto our devices, but now all the smart games, smartphone applications are on the cloud, and you just tap and you can start to use them on your cloud, on your phone, sorry. So with this structure, you only have one app on your phone, and you have access to all the apps in the world which are run on the cloud. So it's possible for Android, but it's also possible for iOS. You just need to have an VMI application on your Apple phone. Of course, there will be an extensive scope of applications. So this is like you see a physical smartphone, while on the right-hand side you see a virtual smartphone. You just want to ensure there is smooth interactions between the two sides, and people have made comparison. The two models actually work quite similarly. Then the new issue is cybersecurity, and it can also address this issue because all of the data is on the cloud. You don't need to download the data onto your phone. You don't need to download any apps onto your phone. So companies can keep their data on the cloud, so their employees no longer need to download any data onto the phone. And when they want, for example, a company of insurance, and an employee wants to present their insurance policy to a customer, they can do it on their phone without downloading any company data onto the devices. And the manufacturing sector really loves this model because this ensures all employees having access to enterprise data which are stored and kept in the cloud of the company. So also, when you have this new model, you don't need to download smaller apps, and this can simply support location-based invocation. So when you visit the department store, the department store's app will be invoked. Well, you see, there are millions of applications in app stores. Well, in the past, nobody downloaded them, but nowadays they have a new life because maybe when you visit a place, and then your phone will invoke a related app. Well, then, coming to smart manufacturing, well, there are two things people have been talking about. One is AOI, automated optical inspection. As we are working on smart manufacturing, we want to have real-time capturing of manufacturing data and then store it in a database for AI. So what kind of data? The state of manufacturing equipment. For example, are your cutting tools being blunt? So you want to have real-time capturing of your producing equipment. And then you also want to have knowledge about your work pieces. Are there any defects? And are there defects in the intermediate work pieces? Then, of course, you need AOI. Basically, it's using a camera to take pictures, and you analyze, you inspect whether there are defects in the wafer, in the metal sheets. Well, different sectors have different kinds of defects. So you need a camera to take pictures. And then you take the image and you transmit the image to another system. And then based on the domain knowledge, the system will make calculation and check whether there are defects. The issue here is that you have to capture information in real time. What information? The state of manufacturing equipment and also the state of manufactured work pieces, whether there are defects, for example. And also during the process of manufacturing, you want to add the element of AR. I'm going to give you an example. This is actually made by our colleagues at III in Taiwan. So we want to incorporate AR during the assembly. So we want to give our employees some guidance. So we use videos and graphics. So when someone is operating something, we can see what this person is doing. Well, he's at step 3 and going on to take step 4. And as an instructor, we can tell them you should put something in step 4. So what do you need? So it's that during runtime, I need a camera at me, at this person doing something so that I know what this person is doing in real time. So it's not simply a playback. It's that during the process of this person operating something, I have to know at what stage this person is at what stage and what he needs to do and what he's doing at the moment. So we need AI analysis so that we know which step he's at and then give instructions. So it's like two-way. First, there's image feed in, and then with some calculation, with some analysis, the system knows what instructions to give. So it's like playing a game. It's just that it happens in the manufacturing sector. So I was talking about AOI. Now we have a workpiece, and then we use a camera to take a picture to see whether there's any defect. This is a good concept, good idea. But there's some limits. You look at the results of a workpiece, but sometimes you cannot tell whether there's anything wrong during the process. For example, you are assembling a server and you want to put in a fan, and then you want to put the screw in clockwise 3 times. How can I know the worker has done this properly? Maybe he has only done it 2.5 times instead of 3 times. I cannot see this clearly with a camera.
So in this process, if we want to know whether the workers really do it properly, whether it's fully turned clockwise, actually with AI, with the help of technology, we know that immediately. We don't have to rely on manual work. So immediately you know whether this worker is following the SOP, and with that you know the quality of the worker's work. So with that, we don't just look at the final product, and we not just identifying defects with the end products. We actually know how it is done, how it is assembled in the process. So this is no longer a fully manual work. Now with AI, we're able to do much more. So this application, well, is quite suitable to use 5G. And then another application is AGV or AMR. Well, basically, autonomous mobile robot is doing everything on its own. And now you may have platooning of AMR. So you don't just have one robot, you have many robots working together. So how can you ensure that? And how can all those robots work at the same time? Here is one example. This is not our work. This is KUKA's work. If you want to transport something large, then we actually assemble different AMRs and turn it into a larger one. And first we need to dock, and then we give them command. And they will start to move at the same time. My point here is that in order to do this, you need a communication protocol, a communication system. Usually, this data will be sent to the edge, and so that you can have something like a command center, and it coordinates the action. And it requires low latency. So all of these show you that there are many applications with 5G. In the manufacturing sector, the feature of low latency is especially important, especially in AMR. And we need to build a private network. Why? Why don't we just work with Zhonghua Telecom? If you want to build a private network, that's probably because you want better quality of service, and also it's because of the cost. You want to lower the telecommunications cost. Of course, you can do that through wired communication. Some people are trying to do that via wireless communication. So, of course, Wi-Fi, it's no big deal. But I think we can all agree that you cannot guarantee, low latency cannot be guaranteed with wireless communication. So it kind of depends on luck. So the main motivation for private 5G communication system is better QoS. How big is the 5G communication market? We have heard about many different applications, but people are wondering about the cost of certain solution. We already designate the spectrum, a certain spectrum, designated spectrum for 5G. You can lease this spectrum although the cost is still not known as of today. And if you want to build a private network with a public 5G facilities, then it's not possible because it's going to be too expensive. In a private network, you don't need as many features as you have in the public network. So in public network, you may require mobility, but in private network, that is not required. You don't need mobility. You don't need this feature. So in building a private network, it is possible that we have lower cost. How low will that cost be? That remains to be seen. The carriers will teleoperators will try to convince you that you don't have to build your own private network. You can just lease part of our network. So basically, they appropriate a certain spectrum and lease that to you. That's, of course, one option. And, of course, you can build your own 5G network and operate it. Building a 5G network is probably feasible, but operating a 5G network is more challenging because you need CT know-how to do that. So perhaps you build your own 5G network, but you ask the operators to operate this network for you. That's probably a more feasible way of doing this. And many people are excited about 5G private network because they think that the current network that they have, it's not very smooth. And if let's say that we are running Wi-Fi at an unlicensed band, then you remove all the interference. And right now, we are sure that there's no restrictions here. So the certain spectrum can be used in 5G. So if you want to use 5G or 4G using Wi-Fi, that's okay. If you want to do that in your own factory, if you want to use that in your factory, people are excited about 5G. But I think that perhaps 5G is a little bit overhyped. We shouldn't be as excited. We have several pain points in factories, and basically it's not about latency. People simply want a smoother connectivity. How can 5G really helps our users or company providers? Well, low latency is, of course, one thing. And also, there are some questions about frequency shifting. Frankly speaking, when people are talking about the 5G applications here in Taiwan, in the US, in Japan, I think that a lot of times people are not sure about the applications because we don't really have any compelling applications. I think we only have a few compelling 5G applications, which means that only 5G enables that. It cannot be done via 4G. And a lot of users want stable connectivity, and perhaps 5G can also be used in cloud gaming and also in live event streaming. So I list three compelling cases here. The first one is probably has more to do with manufacturing sector, whereas cloud gaming and live event streaming have more to do with entertainment. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chia. Please take your seats. So indeed, the machine tool industry in Taiwan is riding the trend of digital transformation and integrating the strength of vendors upstream and downstream, making it an important player in the global supply chain. The trade shows and exhibitions nowadays are moving online as well, changing how companies interact with audience worldwide. We believe this new pattern is going to bring new business opportunities and experience for the machining industry worldwide. Today happens to be the second day of TIMTOS Online. We want to invite all of you on site and online to join us at TIMTOS Online and experience this new way of exhibition. Most importantly, even in the face of the pandemic, the machine tool industry in Taiwan has to be connected to the international community. And that is why having a communication protocol is required, is necessary. So now we're going to have a panel discussion to discuss in further details. So we would like to invite our panelists onto the stage. Please welcome Dr. Chia from the Information and Communications Research Laboratories, and also Mr. Peter Hu, General Manager of Solutions and Technical Unit at Microsoft Startup Accelerator, Microsoft Taiwan. The moderator for the session is Mr. Owen Lin, consultant at Business Today. Mr. Lin, please. Should we wear masks? Not necessarily. I'm very honored to be the moderator for the last panel discussion today. And thank you for staying till the end. It has been a long day. We have a wonderful agenda today. This morning, we heard about 3 different companies. In the afternoon session, first of all, we heard about 4 major controller players in the world, 2 from Germany, and at the last session, we heard from Edgecross and Microsoft and ITRI in Taiwan. Well, today we focus on the machinery industry. In 2017, this industry already became a $1 trillion industry in Taiwan. We only have a few such industries, which include semiconductor and panel industry. So only 2 or 3 industries are worth over $1 trillion NT dollars. In 2020, we have seen the industry decline a bit. Well, actually, last year, many industries, export-oriented industries, were heavily impacted. How can we create more added value in this industry? I think this has already been touched upon by our 2 panelists earlier. When it comes to Industry 4.0 or Manufacturing 4.0, well, in Taiwan, Mr. Hu shared with us the example from Delta Electronics, which is a wonderful example. Many companies in Taiwan are SME. I think maybe 80% of the companies are still at the industry 2.0 stage. Even TSMC said that they're at industry or manufacturing 3.8. So we are not close to industry 4.0. Most of the companies in Taiwan are between industry 2.0 and 3.0. So I have a few questions for our panelists. First of all, under the circumstances in Taiwan, if we want to improve the entire ecosystem or improve our industry, perhaps Mr. Hu can share with us first, how can we in the machinery industry, how can all these SMEs achieve this? I mean, currently they don't really integrate IT and CT. What are your suggestions for these SMEs so that they can speed up their digital transformation process?
Thank you, moderator. Dr. Chue, I will speak before you. Well, this is a very straightforward and a very big question. Well, actually, last week at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, we talked with Mr. Chen, the Deputy Minister. And he was asking about Taiwan's digital transformation. We have 1 million SMEs in Taiwan, and what should we do with them? And I think the machine tool industry is a very important part. Well, first of all, we have seen several challenges. Well, they want to make decisions, but they need support. Decision making is not one-off. There will be consequences. So a smaller sized manufacturing factory wants to make a decision. Does it have enough data to support its upgrade, to make improvements? It cannot collect enough data for that. It's not possible for them. So what do? Perhaps we break these phases down into smaller phases. We don't take about AI-empowered manufacturing. We connect their older machines so that they have an idea of what's going on the shop floor. Now, it's not possible for them. So if they can do this, if they can have a clearer picture, they can work to be more flexible. So now we know what to do, but who to do this for them? Well, you might be saying that, well, actually, even at Microsoft, we are very far away from the Taichung's precision fastener industry. We are very far away from the Tainan industrial zones. So you see, we haven't formed a value chain of relevant services. So even if those SMEs want to do something, they don't know where to start. So we have seen the IDB, the Industrial Development Bureau, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs trying to solve this. We have seen support from the government. We know that Minister of Economic Affairs, Ms. Wang, has very clear instructions on this. So we're not talking about Delta Electronics or these hidden champions. They are big companies. They can do it themselves. We are talking about smaller businesses who do not have enough money, enough resources to do this, to make investment in these areas. So perhaps they can use cloud-based platforms using the SaaS model as a way to make improvements, to have access to software services, so they don't make huge investments in hardware, in software. They don't make a large-scale investment in this area. They buy SaaS. So another possible solution is to have a cluster or a community to share all the resources, all the models. Well, they are different companies with different names, but probably they're doing this, producing similar products or doing things in a similar model. And a lot of SMEs are part of the supply chain of a big company. So a big company may have 400 to 1,000 partners in its supply chain. So perhaps it can provide a standard or a platform for all of the suppliers and then scale that standard to include other businesses. So I think at Microsoft, we really want to work with ITRI, for example, Ms. Chia's organization, Information and Communication Research Laboratories, and also our Metal Center. These institutes have relevant experience, and perhaps we could combine these institutions with bigger companies to become leaders, to expand the know-how in order to help smaller businesses. I think this is probably the way to go. Perhaps later on, I would like to discuss this with Dr. Xue. Thank you, Mr. Hu. I would like to add something. I think Mr. Hu gave a comprehensive answer. We were talking about FAAMG, and I think Microsoft is one of the very few companies that focuses on B2B. You might not target the machinery sector only, but you focus on B2B. You know, the best companies in Taiwan work in the B2B work with the B2B model. And Microsoft has worked so hard in this area. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of achievements. However, you are a foreign business. It might not be very easy for you to connect with all the businesses in Taiwan. And I know at ITRI you have done a lot of work. For example, Mr. Wu Chengwen has signed a lot of agreements with machinery businesses across the world. So perhaps you could share more. How can we help Taiwan's SMEs in the machinery industry? Actually, I think 4 or 5 years ago, we ran a smart manufacturing program. So people were really excited. All the institutions were excited, and we did the job separately at my organization, at the Metal Center. So there were some achievements, but that was really, the impact was really limited. So if we evaluate how close we are to Industry 4.0, we are quite far away from that. Well, bigger companies can do that themselves, but then smaller companies hesitate. It's just $2 million or $3 million, but it can be a huge amount of money to SMEs, a big investment for them. So I think at institutions, you should stop helping specific businesses. You set up a standard and you establish SIs for all these businesses in Taiwan. So you train SIs. They, of course, in the past, they only work the internet. They know nothing about the manufacturing industry. They don't know where the latency comes from. They don't know much about sensor data. You know, this is only a digital company staffed with 5 people. they work on the internet, but they don't know actually there's profit in industrial IoT. It's not about saving 10% in the earliest stage. I think business owners are reasonable and they are financially savvy. So you can reason with them and set reasonable targets, and you can help them. For example, make visualization your first goal. For example, the owner can use his or her mobile phone to see the visualization of his or her manufacturing data using an app. I know there are a lot of things going on, a lot of the things to do, and because there are so many different types of equipment. So I think the government can work with companies like Microsoft. Maybe there are 100 industries in Taiwan, so there are 100 domains with domain knowledges. So we do a stock taking of all the equipment in these 100 domains. And then we can have a reference implementation for a specific industry. So there is the sensor data, putting in a database, and then the data are visualized on your mobile phone. It's not going to get you a Nobel Prize, but it can be quite useful. But we need a group of people working on that. So we have one team dedicated to one specific industry. We look at the major manufacturing equipment used in that industry, and then we can take out the information and then send the data to the data center through the internet. Of course, the biggest problem is to extract all this data in the first place. So I think the government should launch a program specifically focusing on, for example, 3 domains, and to establish a reference implementation. And then we can expand these reference implementation to other domains so that we can fully benefit these 1 million SMEs in Taiwan to move forward from Industry 2.0 to data visualization. And then as we move on to the later stage, then companies like Microsoft can come in, for example, building an AI model and to build customized models for different companies. So I think data extraction is the most difficult part in the first place. So I think SIs are most important. So it's not about persuading the business owners. I think we have educated them quite well. They want to do it, but they don't know how. Of course, they cannot hire a group of data scientists themselves. They cannot hire the best students from the best university to work for them. They cannot afford that, so we have to rely on SIs. We have to establish domain-focused SI. So for each and every domains or industries in Taiwan, we have a group of SI for that.
Thank you, Dr. Che. So when it comes to implementation, it should be done in ITRI, right? Well, we actually have a cloud project at ITRI, and the main focus is to develop or to nurture SIs. That is one of their focuses. Yes, indeed. So basically, you form a task force with the vendors in the market. Well, actually, our time is about to be up, but we will continue until 5:40. So I have another question. So you said that there are only 3 compelling applications with 5G. The first is industrial, in the manufacturing sector. I think, well, many companies still probably don't have to use a 5G private network. And our previous speakers mentioned that now because of the pandemic, you cannot really be on site to do the maintenance. You can do the maintenance remotely. You have to do the maintenance remotely. You talked about low latency, right, of 5G. So can this remote maintenance be done with the help of 5G? Theoretically speaking, yes. But let's say you are selling one machine tool to Italy or the other way around. If, let's say, maintenance is required, then 5G only helps you solve the problems at the last mile. But there's still latency issue at the front end. So yes, it can probably be applied in this field. But can it only be done or with 5G, or can 5G really solve all the problems? I think that's questionable. Let's say you have a factory in Mailiao and your factory is just this big, right? Then if you want to have stable network connection, perhaps you want to try the private 5G network. When they build such network, they don't really think about low latency. All they want is stable connectivity. Usually, when you calculate the data, when you analyze the data, and then you feed the data back, and with the feedback, you readjust the parameter. For companies like TSMC, they don't adjust the parameters that frequently. We talked about a short feedback loop, but in reality, it's not that useful in these applications. I think what people want is stable connection. So if you compare the price of 5G and other network, actually there's a huge price difference. So it may be 10 times more expensive than your fixed network solutions. So in the future, can we really lower the cost of 5G private network? If it's only 2 times, 3 times more expensive than fixed network, then it's more acceptable for most companies. Even, for example, the Cisco solutions, it's just 2 times more expensive. If we can lower the cost of 5G private network to that level, then it will be applied more extensively. Okay, so we only have a couple of minutes left, so I want to ask Mr. Hu to share. You are also leading the startup accelerator at Microsoft. So basically, you are nurturing startups in Taiwan. Do you have any projects where you nurture the talent or startups in the machine tool industry or in the machinery industry? Usually, students from the top university will not work in the machinery industry. So do you have any opportunities here? I cannot agree with you more. Actually, for big companies, well, they have many partners. But for SMEs, usually they don't have as many partners as the major big companies. We believe that there are opportunities for startups in Taiwan, especially with digital disruption. We have many unfilled gaps. And also we need a next generation SIs, as mentioned by Dr. Jue. We hope that many young people can enter this business. So with new technology, with new SIs, we hope to see more startups in the field. For instance, NADI uses many advanced technologies in digital twins. It is a startup, but it's able to work with many major companies in the world. At Microsoft, we help them fine-tune their skills, their technology, their techniques. And also, Microsoft endorses them so that it will be easier for them to find other partners. Another concern will be cybersecurity. So we help them to have better cybersecurity. If they're able to do all of these, then I think they are enterprise ready. Dr. Jue shared with us your insights into 5G. I agree with what you said. I believe there is no compelling application in 5G, not yet. Take AOI, for example. We know that in AOI, in the past, we have to review each frame. But now maybe with 5G, with low latency, then we can probably do it in a more efficient manner. And for example, if you're reducing materials used in the production line, we want to keep the yield rate while reducing the materials or reducing the waste. If you wear HoloLens, you can analyze many aspects and you can probably see that, well, there's a mistake here. So you try to stop the mistake from happening before it actually happens. 5G has a lot of potential, yes. But when it comes to building a private network, I think we still have to gather the momentum in 5G first. And we want to go all in this field at Microsoft. And building a 5G core network is challenging. We actually acquire Meta Solution and Affirm. These two are the core network solution providers. And we want to connect that with the end device solutions in Taiwan. And that will be our future direction. And that concludes my sharing. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Our two panelists shared with us their insights. Due to time constraint, I will conclude the panel discussion here. Let's thank our panelists once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's forum. A big thank you to all our panelists and moderator. We would like to invite our panelists and moderator to take a group photo. Please move towards the center. A photo together. Also, thumbs up for the photo. Also, another photo with your face masks on. Please look at the camera. Thank you. Thank you to our panelist and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2021 Smart Manufacturing Summit. Thank you for your participation. If you missed anything, don't worry. We are going to upload today's video and materials to TIMTOS website later on. And lastly, we would like to remind you to please bring your personal belongings before you leave, and remember to return the interpreting headset and receiver before you leave. See you next time.